Field in New York. Pix 11 Sports presents New York Mets baseball. Today the Mets play the Los Angeles Dodgers. On the final day of the British Open, not the only drive is in Old England. It is a long drive to Citi Field as well. Nice day for wiffle ball or baseball as the Mets and Dodgers complete their series. And a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Keith Hernandez joins me in just a moment as the Mets wrap up their series with the Dodgers. It's been a tough stretch for the Mets. They've lost 8 of their first 9 games, including the first 2 games of this series. On Friday night, Johan Santana made the start for New York, and he was greeted rudely by Matt Kemp, recently back in the lineup following hamstring problems and back to his MVP caliber self. Luis Cruz hit his first big league home run as well, and Santana left, and then the next day left for the disabled list. Mets fought back. Jordani Valdespin, an opposite field pinch hit home run, but Kenley Jansen finished things off for L.A., and the Dodgers had a 1-run victory in the first game of the series. Yesterday, more of the same. Chris Capuano returned to Citi Field for his first start since he left the Mets, struck out 9 over 7 innings. Juan Uribe, who had been struggling so mightily, had a big day, a 2-run double to get the Dodgers started against Miguel Batista. Again, the Mets fought back. Daniel Murphy with a key RBI triple. He came home on a Kirk Neuenhuis grounder, and again the Mets had fought back within 1 run. But R.A. Dickey asked to relieve for the first time this year, and Juan Uribe struck again, a 2-run homer. Jansen again put on the finishing touches, and the Dodgers have themselves a victory in the first 2 games of this series. What characterized both of those games was the fact that the Mets starting pitcher went only 3 innings. Santana, we mentioned, went to the DL. Miguel Batista, who started yesterday, designated for assignment before today's game. And so the Mets just not getting the starting pitching they need.
Well, it's something they relied on the entire first half. It was a big reason for their successful first half. And so far, and since the All-Star break, they haven't been pitching up to how they pitched in the first half. The bullpen has been touched up a little bit too, but really has to fall on the starting pitching. Offensively, the Mets have been gritty as they've been all year. They've fought back in every game and just fallen short.
Well, the Mets had to get 6 innings out of the bullpen each of the first 2 games, so they've called up some relief help. Elvin Ramirez rejoins the team today. John Neese takes the mound for the Mets. Of late, he's been the Mets' best and most consistent starting pitcher.
Well, he's coming off a really fine start, and Jonathan, his only issue has been the long ball. He's given up 16 home runs this year. It is a predominantly right-hand hitting lineup he's facing tonight. Today, this afternoon, he's given up, of the 16 home runs, 15 to right-handers. He has to keep the ball in the ballpark.
And hard-throwing rookie right-hander Nathan Eovaldi faces the Mets for the second time.
Well, he's 1-6. They haven't scored a lot of runs for him. He's a hard thrower, tough luck pitcher. He's young. He's only 22 years old. He's had a tough time of it. Mets touched him up in that 5-0 win back in the series in Los Angeles.
Eovaldi from Alvin, Texas, same town that produced Nolan Ryan. It's the Mets and the Dodgers. Beautiful day in New York. Come on back. All the action coming your way today on Pix 11. highway miles per gallon or better. By Atlantic City, do anything, do everything, do AC. By Mazda, we believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. By Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. By Audi, truth in engineering. And by Clear 4G home internet you can take with you. Clear, the way internet should be. Tickets for the soccer match at Citi Field featuring the national teams from Ecuador and Chile on Wednesday, August 15th at 8 p.m. are on sale now. Call 718-507-TIXX or visit tickets.com now for your tickets. Keys to the game brought to you by Cadillac on the web at CadillacTristate.com.
Well, we mentioned earlier that the bullpen's been used extensively the first two games of this series. Jonathan needs to get a very strong performance today and go deep into the ball game. You know, Valdespin, every time he gets in the starting lineup, every time he even pinch hits, even gets on the field, he does something. He's in the lineup today. Can he provide the spark? And get to Evaldo, and that is get him early like anybody else. The left-hand hitting lineup of the Mets today, he has difficulty with the left-handers. Left-handers hitting around 340 against him.
The Mets and the Dodgers on a sparkling sunny Sunday afternoon. First pitch coming up from Citi Field.
Let's hope that our cameraman Pete doesn't trip on up where he's at right there.
He's up on a precarious perch, I'm sure, knowing our friend Pete. Here's the Dodgers starting lineup for Don Mattingly, brought to you by Lexus and the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. Jerry Hairston slides into the leadoff spot for the first time in this series. Kemp and Ethier, the two big guys in the middle of the lineup. Cruz and Uribe both have had good series. And the Dodgers going for the sweep after the Mets beat him 3 out of 4 in L.A.
Well, there's Jonathan's numbers, his 19th start. The walks are outstanding to innings pitched. The home run has been his trouble. He's been tough on both lefties and righties, but like I said, gives up the 15 home runs he's given up to right-hand hitters. And we'll take a look at the defense. That's brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin', and it's Valdespin. That's his first start since July 14th. He's in the lineup. First time we got a right-hander out here for him to get out there and get forward bats. He's been a big spark for this club.
So Valdespin at left, and Nieuwenhuis has been playing very little since the All-Star break, especially since Jason Bay came back playing center field today. And the Mets get as many left-hand hitters in the lineup as they can today. 7 of the 9 hitters will bat from the left side for Terry Collins. The offense has not been the problem during this stretch. The Mets have played 8 games since the All-Star break, lost 7 of 8, but they're averaging 5 runs per game since the All-Star break. It's been on the pitching. You go back to the 4th of July, the starting pitching, which had been so good in the last 13 games, has a 6.73 ERA, and the Mets are 3-10 in those games. The starters are 2-8.
Well, the Dodgers have scored 15 runs the first 2 ball games, and they've got them early and put the Mets behind, but they've just been unable to come from behind. They've tried valiantly, but they've fallen short.
And as a result, the Mets are at 500. The Mets, remember, began the year 4-0. They were at 500 at 8-8, at 13-13, and now they're 47-47. They have not been below 500 the entire season, and they'll try to avoid that fate today. Jerry Hairston Jr. leads things off, playing left field today. He's 2 for 4 in the series. And Nice starts off the afternoon with a fastball in for a call strike. Nice has been throwing more and more strikes as the year has gone along. He's only walked 7 batters in his last 8 starts. The flip side of that is that in each of his last 3 starts, he's given up a first pitch home run. So often throwing a little too much of the plate in an effort to get ahead. Hairston, Ellis, and Kemp for the Dodgers in the opening inning. And Hairston rifles a base hit into left field. And that gets the afternoon started. Valdespin scoops it up, holds Hairston to a single. And the Dodgers have the leadoff man on.
Something about those Hairston guys, let me tell you, they just wear out left-handers. Jerry right there gets a ball out over the plate, belt high, rips it down the line.
So a leadoff base runner for the Dodgers, and Mark Ellis the batter. Ellis 1 for 5 in this series, and he has torn up lefties this year, hitting .359 against left-hand pitching. And he fires a fastball for ball 1. Matt Kemp looming on deck, Andre Ethier behind him. Mets got only 3 innings from their starters each of the first 2 games of this series, and badly need for John Nice to go deep into this game. He went 7 in his last start against Washington. He pitched a gem, left that game trailing 1-0. Gave up a home run for the only run against him. 89 pitches in 7 innings.
Those numbers right there kind of tell the tale since the All-Star break. The .281 batting average, you'll take that year around. That's outstanding. But in the runs per game,
it's all about the pitching.
Yeah, well, if the game hasn't changed.
Mets have scored all year. That has not been a problem, even though they're not a classic thumping offensive team. They've not hit a ton of home runs this year. They don't have great speed, but they have the high on base percentage, and they've been able to do enough to score enough runs. The Mets come into the day 4th in the National League in runs scored, but the pitching has been up and down. For the most part this year, it had been the starters up and the bullpen down. Lately, the Mets have had very little to hang their hat on.
And it's very interesting. The Mets have 8 relief pitchers on the roster today, and also 6 bench players. So there's got to be some move made for starting pitching. A backdoor slider right there gets Ellis.
So that's the first out of the afternoon as Ellis goes down looking at the cutter.
Very nice.
So 1 out and 1 on. There's your umpiring crew. Jim Joyce has the plate today. He's the crew chief. Mike DeMuro, Jim Reynolds, and James Hoy round out this umpiring quartet. So 1 out and 1 on. Now Matt Kemp, 4 for 8 in the series, a triple, a homer, 3 RBIs. He has hit the ground running after returning from a long stint on the disabled list with a hamstring injury. 7 games since coming back, hitting .387. And he takes the cutter for a strike. Nice has found more and more life with that cutter on both sides of the plate, using it inside against the right-hand batters, but also using it to backdoor as he has the last 2 pitches.
Well, Matt Kemp, and this is not, I'm not blowing smoke here, folks. He's hitting .500 against left-handers this year with 7 home runs, 23 for 46.
That's not smoke, that's fact.
Oh, man. That is wearing it out.
2 balls and a strike to Kemp. His slugging percentage for the year, Kemp, is over .700 as Ethier waits to follow. .711 is his slugging percentage for the year.
Well, he's a terrific athlete. He can do it all. Play defense, arm, run, hit with power, hit in the clutch, hit for average. He's just one of the premier players in today's game.
The Dodgers stumbled their way through a month and a half without Kemp in the lineup. A very different team with him back, and that cutter's in for a strike, 2-2. Of course, when the Mets faced the Dodgers in LA, not only did they not have Kemp in the lineup, they didn't have Andre Ethier either, but even just without Kemp, their offense down a run per game. And the curveball just missed, and a full count to Kemp, 3-2.
Just a little low. Might have curved around the outside corner, too.
Hairston at first, not running. 3-2 to Kemp is lifted to center. Nieuwenhuis drifting back. Should have plenty of room. And he puts it away for the second out. So Kemp is retired. Hairston back to first. And now Andre Ethier will bat with 2 outs. Ethier 2 for 7 in this series. Last year was very much an off year for Andre Ethier. For the season, he had 11 home runs and 62 RBIs. Already this year, 11 home runs and 60 RBIs with more than 2 months left to play.
And he's always a hitter, it seems, that he gets off to a real red-hot start and then just kind of tapers off. But got off to a hot start this year.
And other than an oblique injury, he's been able to maintain that. Been up among the league leaders in RBIs all year.
A .242 hitter with 2 home runs against lefties.
Juan Rivera would be next, as Nice tries to negotiate the opening inning. And he misses to Ethier, a ball and a strike. The Dodgers now 7 games over 500, having won their last 3. 2.5 behind the Giants in the National League West, just a game and a half out of the second wild card spot.
There's manager Don Mattingly.
Of course, his team was in first place for most of the early season, at one point building a 7-game lead in that NL West before their fortunes turned.
Well, they're going out without 2 starters right now on the disabled list. Ted Lilly and Billingsley, both on the DL. That can't help. Mets have 3 starters on the DL now, and Pelfrey Santana just put on yesterday, and of course Dylan G.
Mets have decided that they'll put Jeremy Hefner in Santana's spot. He'll pitch against the Nationals on Wednesday, but they do not have a starter yet for the start of the road trip in Arizona on Thursday. Terry Collins said we've got a lot of work to do before we get to that point.
One day at a time.
Did not help that Matt Harvey got beat up last night for Buffalo. And the breaking ball outside 2-2. But Harvey is still on the radar for a potential start against Arizona. So is a lesser known prospect, Colin McHugh, who's had a pretty good year for the Bisons. But there's no obvious candidate who's red hot in the minor leagues set to be called up, at least not right now.
And when you hear the whispers that I have a couple good starts, I'm going to get called up, it puts a little more pressure on you.
Curveball popped up into shallow center, and Nieuwenhuis calling. And so Nice works around the leadoff hit with a strikeout and a couple of fly balls, and the Mets have come to bat at the bottom of the first with no score. opportunity sales event. Jordani Valdespin gets his first start in this series, plugged into the 2-hole after successful pinch hitting assignments the last 2 days. It's of 7 left-handed bats in there against Nathan Eovaldi.
Well, Nathan Eovaldi is 22 years of age, was 11th round pick in 2008 by the Dodgers.
Ruben Tejada will lead things off. Tejada 2 for 10 in this series, hitting .313 for the season. And Eovaldi's first pitch, fastball at the knees for a strike.
Well, he's a hard thrower. He got a hard sinker. Canned his curveball, went to a slider, and evidently his changeup, if you look at Ruben's numbers, is a work in progress.
Well, the lefty-righty splits are telling as Tejada grounds one to third. Uribe playing in has the easy play for the first out. The righty's hitting just .205 against Eovaldi, and the lefty's .339.
And we'll take a look at the defense, brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin's, and so does the Dodger defense. And no errors for Mr. Ethier out in right field in a long time. But this is not really a great defensive ball club, as you can see. Rivera at first, Uribe at third.
Ethier won his first Gold Glove last year in right field. Here's Jordani Valdespin playing left field today. He's 3 for 3 in this series, including a 2-run pinch hit home run on Friday night. Has his average up to .293 for the year after a slow big league start.
He's a good off-speed hitter for a young man, a young player, I should say, with a very little major league experience. A couple of his home runs have been off-speed pitches.
Going back to that splitter he hit against Papelbon in Philadelphia.
Change up against Clippard in Washington.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's pretty unusual, isn't it? Normally, a young man coming up from the minors, they test him first with the fastball.
He's got very good balance. He's a very rhythmic hitter. I love his swing. You can throw him curves in the dirt, hard ones in the dirt. You may fish for him, but so do a lot of hitters. But this guy's got a chance to really, really be a star.
82 at bats deep in his big league career, and he's already driven in 20 runs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's the best RBI per at bat ratio in the major leagues this year.
Well, there's his minor league numbers, and he can steal bases too, and that's something the Mets lack, is speed.
Started last year to show off his power, and that certainly translated so far.
Well, he took care of him quick there.
96 miles an hour from Eovaldi to fan Valdespin. So Eovaldi, who didn't fan a single batter against the Mets first time he faced them at 5 1/3, gets his first strikeout today.
Just a good hard fastball down and in.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now David Wright. David looking for his first hit in this series. He's gone 0 for 6. Batting average of .346, 4th in the National League, tied for 3rd in RBIs with 66.
And he's been shut down this series. I'm a little bit concerned, a little worried that David might be trying to do too much, with the team behind in both games, struggling as a unit since the All-Star break, trying to hit the 8-run home run. A couple times he's getting that uppercut back, trying to hit the long ball. Just stay right within yourself. There's only so much you can do. One guy cannot carry a team on his shoulders. The other people have to contribute.
Well, we saw it a couple of times earlier this year. David's swing would get a little loop in it, but he'd get right back into that compact swing that has been so productive for him this year. We'll see whether he can do that today.
Well, he's on a pace. He's got 14 home runs. He's on a pace for 20 plus, maybe 25. And he's on a pace for 112, 15 RBIs. And he's been doing it, hitting doubles and using the field.
So a statistical comparison there with Andrew McCutchen. And you can certainly make the argument right now that McCutchen and Wright are the top 2 candidates for MVP in the National League when you look at what their teams have done and what they've done in the context of the hitters that are around them.
Correct. Still a long way to go. My goodness.
You have to be impressed with what the Pirates are doing.
Oh, my goodness.
20 straight losing seasons.
How about A.J. Burnett? What a pickup that was.
Off the corner with the slider, and it's 3-2 to right.
He's always had great stuff. He's just a loose cannon. And he got 10 wins now?
11. He won last night, 11-3. So Burnett has been a terrific find. Beat the Marlins last night. Eovaldi with a 3-2 to right, and he drives one to left field. Hairston going back, has plenty of room to make the grab, and that retires the side. Mets go out 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first. No score after one. Sales event is here. Good day to stay hydrated.
Yes. Beautiful day.
Juan Rivera leads off the second inning for the Dodgers. Rivera's been getting most of the playing time against lefties, with James Loney struggling so badly this year. Playing first base. 2 for 6 in this series, and he takes inside for ball one.
Well, Rivera originally came up with the Yankees back in 2001.
He's been around long enough that he was a Montreal Expo. Swing and a miss at the high fastball, 1-1. Rivera now 34 years old. The Dodgers are playing a lot of older players. We saw Bobby Abreu start the first 2 games of the series at 38 years old. Jerry Hairston 36. Mark Ellis 35.
Makes me want to try for a comeback at 58.
You might have to get some of the gray out.
That's my Charlie Weaver look.
Is that what that is? You in from Mount Ivy? 2-2 now to Rivera. Well, at least you went for Charlie Weaver and not Paul Lynn.
Well,
I mean, if we're picking Hollywood squares. Here's the 2-2. Grounded out to short and sliding over his Tejada to grab it. And he throws out Rivera, 1 away. Charles Nelson Riley.
they had some. Nipsey Russell.
Nipsey Russell, right.
They had some great people up there. Paul Lynn was hilarious.
Of course, Peter Marshall was the host of Hollywood Squares. You know who his son was.
Yes, my good friend.
Pete Lecoq, who played for the Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Luis Cruz, the Dodgers shortstop, filling in for the injured D. Gordon, and he takes a strike. He had his first big league home run earlier in the series.
He had an RBI single yesterday.
13th start for Cruz, who had some big league time prior to this year with the Pirates and the Brewers, but has looked pretty good during his stint, filling in for Gordon, who's out with a thumb injury. And it's in there for a call, strike three. He needs again with that backdoor cutter to get his second strikeout.
Well, I gotta believe that this was worked on in his side session. You know, he's maybe become predictable. You know, he likes to pound the right-handers in with that cutter. So whenever they see that circle on the ball, they can anticipate it coming in. Well, now he's popping it on the outside corner. You can go through the league one time and they'll never know until they won't catch on.
Here's Juan Uribe. Of course, when you face teams not from your own division, and in this case, these didn't face the Dodgers in LA. It'll be his only start against them this year. Probably changes the equation a little bit compared to the teams in your own division who you might face 4 or 5 or 6 times.
Correct. And it's become a little more difficult now with the 3 divisions where you only play, you know, maybe 6 games home and, you know, back and forth with teams out of division.
Uribe had the big day yesterday. 2-run double, 2-run homer. He had been in a 1-for-38 skid before yesterday's game, but broke out big time for Don Mattingly.
That's the beauty of the game. You got a guy that's done nothing for you all year, coming into this series hitting 186. You got a second game of a series, a Dodger team that did not come out of the gate very well. Needed to have a good road trip. This is the beginning of a 10-day road trip for them.
They go to St. Louis after today's game. Punch to second base, and Murphy has the short hop and throws out Uribe to end the inning. He gets him out 1-2-3. He's set down 6 in a row. No score in the middle of the second. With you, Internet. Braves and Nationals played a day-night doubleheader. Ben Sheets brilliant again in the opener. John Lannon very good in his first start of the year in the nightcap. The Cardinals broke up a scoreless game with a 12-run 7th inning, matching the most doubles ever in one inning with 7 as they beat the Cubs 12-0. And Jason Kubel hit 3 home runs. He's now leading the National League in RBIs. Diamondbacks beat the Astros 12-3. Pretty nice pickup for Arizona. Mets, of course, will be going to Arizona to start their next road trip. Kubel coming over as a free agent from Minnesota, and he has had a big year.
Forecast in Phoenix, 105 the first 2 days, 108 the third day, and 110 on getaway day.
That's why they have a roof.
You're absolutely right. We're walking distance to the park, though. You know.
Are we now?
I guess.
Here's Ike Davis leading off in the home second inning. And he flares one foul. Ike 2 for 8 in this series, hitting a 207 for the year, 14 home runs. It'll be Davis, Murphy, and Duda, left-hand hitters all against Eovaldi, who's been raked for a .339 batting average by lefties this year. Ike hit a home run against Eovaldi in L.A. First time they faced him 3 weeks ago.
Boy, he's out of the box, isn't he? He is out of the box. Technically, he is in. Can you be called out for that? Is that hitting out of the box?
Well, I think the umpire needs to instruct you to get back in. And if you're A.J. Ellis, the Dodger catcher, you would think he'd call that to Jim Joyce's attention.
And we notice now that widespread stance again. And something he's gone to of late. Ike said that that's how he hit in college.
But only doing it against the right-hand pitching, not so much against the lefties.
And there you see,
technically
he's on the line. Hey, that's in.
Moves further and further out as he digs that foot further in. 3 balls and a strike to Ike with Murphy on deck. Well, that's the rule. You have to be in the box, and the lines are considered part of the box. The question is, what's the penalty? And if you hit the ball and you're out of the batter's box, you're out. Swing and a miss, 3-2. That I know, but as far as where you're allowed to stand, I think it's up to the umpire just to tell you to get in.
Well, there's Ike with a big hitch. You saw that drop his hands on his take back.
So an interesting thing happened a number of years ago when the Mets had Carl Everett, who liked to stand right on top of the plate. And the umpire drew a line as Davis draws a walk, and the Mets had their first base runner. The home plate umpire was Ron Culpa that day, and he drew a line on the inside part of the batter's box and told Carl he had to stand behind it, and Carl got into a tiff with the umpire, wound up headbutting him.
I remember that.
Remember that?
Yeah. And Carl was wound real tight.
He's a very interesting character.
I liked him. I did. He would take BP with such intensity. He'd be just dripping sweat. I just said, Carl, relax. It's BP.
Here's Daniel Murphy, who's had a great series, 5 for 6 in the 2 games, including a pinch hit triple yesterday. Has his average up to 299. Now, Carl could be entertaining, but he had a bit of a dark side to him, I'm afraid. And he's had some trouble since leaving the game. And Murphy grounds one through the hole, and he continues red hot. 6 for 7 now in the series. That'll get his batting average back over 300. And the Mets have 2 men on to start the second.
Daniel has not been over swinging. He's really shortened up his swing. And as a result, he's got great back control and a good eye at the plate. Goes up the middle, uses the whole field.
So the Mets have their first hit of the afternoon. And now Lucas Duda will dig in. A very rough stretch for Lucas. 0 for 4 in this series, just 1 for his last 16, and his batting average down to 243 for the year. One saving grace for Lucas is he's drawn enough walks so that his on-base percentage is still credible. But it has been awfully tough sledding for him lately. Bats here with 2 aboard and nobody out. Uribe playing in as though he's expecting Duda to bunt.
Which is silly.
That's almost comical.
So this is the kind of pitch selection I don't like. You got a young pitcher out there. His third pitch is a work in progress, his changeup. He's in a little bit of trouble, and you throw Duda a changeup first pitch when you got a guy out there throwing 96 miles an hour.
This is why the Mets loaded up with the lefties against him, and he takes a strike 1-1.
Interesting that Evaldo, as a junior in high school, had Tommy John surgery. Can you believe that in high school?
Junior year in high school, and that scared a lot of teams away.
Not the Dodgers.
That's why he was an 11th round draft pick. He was supposed to go to Texas A&M, and the Dodgers wound up giving him a lot of money, $250,000 for an 11th round pick, and he has rocketed through the minor leagues. Made his big league debut last year at age 21.
He had committed to Texas A&M, but decided to sign with the Dodgers out of high school.
Evaldi from Alvin, Texas.
Actually, he was born in Houston. He lives in Alvin now.
Alvin, Texas, where Red Murph, scout for the Mets, discovered a hard-chucking Texan named Nolan Ryan. Biggest problem Evaldi's had in his big league career is the Dodgers never score for him. 15 big league starts, they've scored a total of 28 runs in those 15 games. And that is historically low. It's been over 100 years since a pitcher got that few runs in his first 15 starts. Fewest since 1906. 2-1 the count to Duda with 2 men on. And Duda pops one up and foul ground. Ellis coming back for a look, but that's out of play.
And that would have been the Red Sox hurler Joe Harris.
The Joe Harris?
You remember him?
Remember Greg Harris. I also remember Greg W. Harris.
And then there was an Arthur Bugs Raymond who got 28 runs in support in his first 15 starts. So hang with him.
Nathan needs to learn to pitch on the right day. Now it's 2-2 to Duda. And Lucas goes down swinging at the changeup. Second strikeout for Nathan Eovaldi. And that's the first out of the inning.
Well, for a hard thrower, this is, I think, a slider, Garrett. Let's see.
Oh, it is. You're right.
Backdoor slider. Good pitch. For a hard thrower, he doesn't strike out a lot of guys so far. His 52 innings pitched, 27 strikeouts, and walks have been an issue for him, but he's got his walks down. He's got 19 walks in 52 innings, 2 of those intentional, so that's pretty good stuff.
So here's Kirk Neuenhuis, and there's an overhand curveball that misses high for ball 1.
And that is a definite alteration in the motion right there. He better be careful with that. That is the first curveball he's thrown. Boy, he really tucked us like Don Drysdale curl or Rick Sutcliffe curl on that curve. Good cutter right there.
Neuenhuis getting an increasingly rare start. Kirk started the first 3 games in Atlanta out of the All-Star break, but once Jason Bay was activated in Washington, Neuenhuis had not started a game since until today. Of course, his numbers have been tailing off mightily as the year has gone along.
Well, he's got that open stance and doesn't really stride in. And his problem has been that he flies that shoulder out and he's got nothing left but arms. And that's where he's run into difficulty.
See his numbers lately.
He's really got to keep that front shoulder in. Got to keep it tucked and drive at the pitcher.
Two on and 1 out. 2-1 to Neuenhuis. And Kirk fouls it back. 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
And the thing when you're slightly open like Kirk is and you fly the shoulder out, it makes you go down and in. It's great. You can just drop the barrel down. But it makes you really vulnerable on the pitches away and up and in. And you just really got to focus on going right at the pitcher, striding right at him.
Well, they have been pounding him up and in for the better part of a month and a half now.
And that's a pitch that it's hard to lay off, Gare, and it's the most difficult pitch to hit because you're getting crowded up in your chest area, your letters. And that's a pitch with experience you learn to either look for it and rip it, or if you're going up the middle, take it.
3-2 with 1 out. And Neuenhuis pops it up. Shortstop Cruz, infield fly rule called. Batters out, and that's the second out of the inning.
I was a little late on that infield fly call. That was,
I think, because Cruz was staggering a little bit looking through the sunshine.
And there was difficulty yesterday in the day game with the sun. Torres had problems.
Ike Davis didn't see a foul pop up.
Right, it was early in the game.
Of course, it's a lot brighter today than it was yesterday. Yesterday, more of a hazy sky. Today, a very clear sky. So 2 out and 2 on now. Josh Tolley, who was 0 for 4 in this series, hitting a .269 for the year. So the Mets got the first 2 men on here in the second, but they have stayed put now with 2 out. And another curveball that misses, ball 1. That's a pitch that Eovaldi has not thrown a lot of this year, and he's thrown 2 now in this inning. John Neese would be next.
The Tigers are up early against the White Sox. They're going for a sweep.
They've been red hot. Tigers took over first place with their win last night. They got first inning home runs today from Quinton Berry and Miguel Cabrera. Berry has given them a very nice spark offensively and, more importantly, defensively.
Well, everybody said they were the best team in the American League, and they just struggled the first half of the season.
Nice to see Rick Porcello pitch well last night. Seton Hall prep kid. There's a strike, cutter on the inside corner, and it's 1-1 to Tolle.
No, Eovaldi right now has been effective against the left-handers the first time through the order by pounding in and throwing that cutter and locating it inside corner.
Don Mattingly in his second year as Dodger manager. They overachieved last year for Donnie. 2 balls and a strike to Tolle. They finished very well last season, and it carried over to the start of this year when they began the season 30-13. Haven't had not a lot of offense this year, but the pitching has held up. Eovaldi was brought up when Ted Lilly went on the disabled list in late May, and has pitched fairly well despite only having 1 win. Tolle lines one to center, but right at Kemp, and he makes the shoestring catch. Almost misjudged it in the end, and that retires the side. So the Mets get the first 2 men on and leave Davis and Murphy stranded. Kemp, the Gold Glover, makes that play to keep it scoreless after 2. Nissan, get to Nissan for the biggest savings under the sun at Nissan Summer Saving Days. Solving the world's problems.
Really?
Not them, us. 3rd inning, and A.J. Ellis will lead off against John Neese. Ellis sat out the first 2 games of the series. He had a little inflammation in his knee, had an MRI, it showed no structural damage, so here he is playing for the first time in this series. Ellis got off to a fantastic start this year. He was up among the league leaders in on-base percentage for most of the first 3 months of the season. He's cooled off a little since then, but still at .392 with his on-base percentage. A ball and a strike to Ellis, who's known more for his defense than his offense. It'll be Ellis, then the pitcher Eovaldi, then Jerry Hairston Jr. in the 3rd against John Neese, who doesn't get that borderline call. It's 2-1. Very interesting splits on Neese this year as far as how well rested he's been. As Ellis pulls one foul. You know, we've talked in the past about Neese and how he's had trouble going deep into seasons effectively. This year, when he's had an extra day of rest, that's happened 12 times, he's 5-1 with a 2.08 ERA. When he pitches on regular rest, which he's doing today, it's just the opposite. Grounded toward the hole. Tejada thought Wright was going to play it and did not react. And it's a base hit for A.J. Ellis. Well, that's a rare mistake by Ruben Tejada. He just didn't move for the ball, thinking Wright was going to play it.
Well, he assumed that Wright was going to get it. And you know what happens when you assume. And you can see Ruben, top of your screen left, just kind of David wasn't going to get to that ball. Oh, well, get the cobwebs out, guys.
That was very odd because he took a couple of steps in as though I don't know, whether he didn't see it or in any event, Eovaldi up there to bunt and bunts through it, 0-1. Anyway, Nice with regular rest this year, and he's only done it 6 times before today. 2-3 with a 7.16 ERA. Working on regular 4 days rest. That's a little alarming, don't you think? Because, especially now with the Mets as crunched as they are, they need for Nice to go out there every 5th day and be effective.
Yep.
I mean, with Santana out and Pelfrey long since out and G probably out for the year. I mean, the Mets rotation right now is Nice and Dickey, and then it gets a little sticky.
You had to say that, didn't you? You went home and you mined it, and you had that one in your back pocket.
Just came up with it this moment.
Eovaldi looks like he's never bunted in his life.
He does not have a sacrifice this year. Also doesn't have a hit. There are the career numbers on Nice. And, we talked about the late season thing. I mean, 2 years ago, he faded badly the last 6 weeks of the year. Last year, he got hurt in August, so he didn't get to finish the year. Bunted beautifully by Eovaldi. So he's got his first sacrifice. 2-4, moving A.J. Ellis to second base. So there you go, Keith.
Well, David Wright was breathing down his throat, putting a lot of pressure on Eovaldi to bunt down the first base line, and he did it.
So a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Now Jerry Hairston Jr., who singled solidly to left field leading off the game. Doing something there. We saw it the other day, and you very rarely see it anymore. The leadoff hitter lingering in the on-deck circle, waiting for the pitcher to get back to the dugout.
Yeah, it's very nice of him to do that. Those Hairston kids are just so polite. Good upbringing.
They were raised right.
Good job by their parents.
Younger brother Jerry not in the lineup. Younger brother Scott not in the lineup today. Older brother Jerry out there toiling for the Dodgers and takes inside from Nice for ball 1. Jerry's played just about everywhere for the Dodgers this year. He has struggled defensively lately. Made an error on a ground ball at third base earlier in the series. Playing left field today for the 9th time this year, starting there. And he bounces that one foul, and it's 1-1.
I wonder if their dad watches both of them play. Now, when the Dodgers are on the West Coast, there's a 3-hour difference in time. He can catch both games. He can have a doubleheader every day, watch his sons.
Of course, we had Jerry on earlier this year talking about watching his boys play, talking about raising them in a big league household. As Jerry lifts one to shallow center. Who's going to get it? Murphy didn't see it. Neuenhuis does, and that's the second out. So another ball that went up that was hard to see. Murphy, as he retreated, waved his arms as though he didn't see where it was.
Well, you don't want to wave your arms because that could be construed as I got it. Oh, well, okay. All right, it's not.
It's the where it is, the universal where is it signal.
Well, it's the center fielder's ball, too.
Fortunately, he did see it. So 2 out. A.J. Ellis still at second. Mark Ellis, no relation, is the batter. And he fouls one at the plate on a cutter from Nice. 0-1.
Interesting that Nice struck him out with a backdoor cutter outside corner and got ahead of him with that pitch. And he started him out with a cutter inside, down and in.
Nice continues to throw first pitch strikes. 9 of 11 so far today. He's now gone 19 innings without a walk. He has just become a strike throwing machine, and his strikeout walk ratio keeps getting better and better. Last 8 starts, 7 walks, and 48 strikeouts. And the backdoor cutter in for a strike 1 and 2, and he seems to have that outside corner measured today.
I thought that had a little bit of plate right there, and that was up in the strike zone. You don't want to make a pitch like that to a hitter in the on-deck circle. He'll lose it. And that's Matt Kemp, of course. Murph way in the outfield grass. around 10 feet out in the outfield.
Of course, Dickey did that earlier this year. That many strikeouts and that few walks. And there's another strikeout for Nice as he gets Ellis for the second time. A leadoff hit and one left. No score in the middle of the third.
So it's a beautiful day for a ball game.
If you're going to pick one, this would be as good as any.
Good day to bring the kids.
Well, the Mets are about to achieve a milestone. You know what it is?
Tell me.
John Nice is about to become the first Mets starting pitcher in this series to take an at-bat.
Ah, that's right.
Santana failed to get to the plate on Friday. Batista the same yesterday. And Nice, who has had the best hitting year of any Met pitcher, steps in to start the home third. 6 hits this year, a couple of RBIs, hitting .222. Nice, Tejada, and Valdespin in the bottom of the third against Nathan Eovaldi. And the 22-year-old right-hander fires in a fastball for a strike, 1-1.
Nice has had himself a nice season offensively so far, 6 for 27. It's a .222 batting average.
Last night in the San Francisco-Philadelphia game, something happened regarding pitchers hitting that had not happened in 22 years. Cole Hamels and Matt Cain hit home runs against each other in the same inning.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Missed that.
Nice, who's never had a big league home run in 143 at-bats, would love to do something like that. The last time two pitchers homered against each other in the same inning, as Nice goes down on strikes, it was Kevin Gross for Montreal and Fernando Valenzuela for the Dodgers.
Two good hitting pitchers.
Freddie especially, he was a terrific hitter.
Yes. Carlton was a very good hitting pitcher, Steve.
Best hitting pitcher of your era? What do you think? Don Robinson?
Yes. Yeah, and Rick Rhoden.
Rick Rhoden, right.
All on the same staff.
Pittsburgh.
Yep. And they had enough hitting in that lineup anyway, that lumber company.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Ruben Tejada, who grounded out to third his first time up. Eovaldi's allowed just 1 hit, walked 1 and struck out 3 first time through the batting order.
Don Robinson he hurt his arm. He was going to be a great pitcher, and he had some good seasons. But he had raw power stuff, and he just hurt his shoulder, had shoulder problems most of his career. Wow, did you just hear Jim Joyce?
He can bellow.
It's like Dutch Rennert of my generation.
Well, Jim is able to bellow his strike call without running back to the backstop first. Remember
Right,
Dutch, he'd take that huge step back, turn to the side, and then scream at the top of his lungs.
Dutch was a great umpire, too. Great balls and strikes. He was a low ball umpire. He gave the borderline low strike to the pitcher, but he was consistent and you knew it. And when they made him, when they changed the strike zone and they had the guys, it messed him up for around 2 years. And I just told Dutch, he told me, Keith, it's driving me crazy.
Broken back grounder, and Hairston takes care of it to retire Tejada 2 out.
He said, I'm supposed to do this, and I call it this way. And I said, Dutch, go back, call it the way you always called it. You have no need to change.
Here's Jordani Valdespin. Of course, after that, the umpires started having that compressed strike zone that was about 30 inches wide. And they finally had to get that back in hand.
The best, in my generation, the best balls and strikes umpires, and there was a lot in the National League. They were good umpires. Paul Runge was one. He was a pitcher's umpire. He called a low strike. Dutch was a great balls and strikes. Frank Pulley was a good balls and strike. There was a lot of them. Harry Wendelstedt.
Loved watching Frank Pulley. I mean, from an announcer standpoint, he would call the strike almost before he crossed the plate as Valdespin screws himself into the ground, driving that foul ball off his leg.
Frank was a character. He could be rain in the sky or rain coming. He'd say, guys, swing the bat. Don't get paid for overtime.
Right off the ankle. Valdespin struck out his first time up. First time he had been retired in this series.
When I was first couple of years in the big leagues, Ed Sudol and Shad Crawford were still umping.
Wow. You are old. How about Bill Clem?
Yeah, I missed him.
Jocko Conlon. Those are the guys that Joe Garagiola used to talk about.
Well, Shad Crawford's son, Jerry Crawford, was a very good umpire. Had a hot temper. You couldn't argue with him, but he called good balls and strikes.
I always thought the National League umpires were so much better than the American League umpires back when they were split up.
There was a few bad ones. I won't mention their names.
It's very nice of you.
But a handful. Most of them, the great majority, were terrific umps. The Lord, for crying out loud. We're forgetting the Lord, Doug Harvey.
Now a Hall of Famer. Here's the 0-2, and Valdespin fouls it back. Of course, today is Hall of Fame induction day in Cooperstown. They get to Citi Field tomorrow night at 7:10 when the Mets begin their 3-game series with the Nationals. Visit Mets.com or call 718-507-TIXX for your tickets now. Chris Young against Jordan Zimmerman tomorrow night in the first game of that series. And it's low and away to Valdespin 1-2. Ron Santo posthumously and Barry Larkin being inducted into the Hall of Fame today in Cooperstown. Our good friend Tim McCarver got the Frick Award yesterday.
Much deserved.
And the Spink Award for the writers went to Bob Elliott, who's done great work in Toronto for the last 30 years. Well, so congratulations to all. 1-2 to Valdespin, and he pulls it toward the hole and past Rivera for a base hit. Well, Rivera just not the glove man at first base that James Loney is, and so Valdespin has his 4th hit in 5 at-bats in the series.
Well, fastball in and very quick bat from Valdespin here. I just like his stroke. Very good friends with Robinson Cano over the Yankees second baseman.
They worked out together in the offseason this year.
And their play is similar. Very similar. And I think Cano is one of the sweetest swingers in the game today, too.
Here's David Wright with 2 out and a runner aboard. Mets have their 2nd hit of the game. David flied to left his first time up. Now 0 for his last 9 since his 2 home runs in Washington the other day. Shocking to see the Yankees offense shut down the last 3 days by that young Oakland pitching. Last night it was Jared Parker with 8 great innings for Oakland. They've been incredibly hot. Oakland's won 13 of 15. Right now, they're tied for the second wild card spot in the American League. Very surprisingly. Tommy Milone, who they got in the Gio Gonzalez trade from Washington, pitched a great game against the Yankees the other night.
Look at that Detroit score.
They've hit 4 home runs in that game, Detroit, including 2 for Miguel Cabrera. Wright fouls it back. By the way, Oakland goes with their non-young pitcher today. That would be Bartolo Colon.
He's still around.
He's as old as those other 3 guys combined. Got off to a great start this year with the A's and still pitching pretty well after his magical elbow treatment last year. The AL wildcard race is very crowded. The Angels are on top. The White Sox, Orioles, and A's all tied for the second wild card.
Well, the Angels just got off to a terrible start. Orioles got off hot.
Off the corner, 1-1.
Eovaldi has a interesting, almost a little bit of a wrist curl in his delivery and his takeback. They've tried to correct it, and they said it was much more extreme than it is now. Maybe we can get a look at it. A little bit of a wrist curl in his delivery. It's quick back.
Dribbles foul, and it's 1-2 to right.
Good, decent breaking stuff. This kid's got a chance to be a pretty good pitcher.
We've seen a lot more curveballs from him than we expected. It's not been a pitch that he's thrown a lot this year.
He's located well. I mean, it's 1-6 coming into this game, and granted, they haven't scored any runs for him, but the ERA 4.33. But he's a diamond in the rough. Good arm.
Well, last start he gave up 3 runs in 5 innings against the Phillies. Lost that game 3-2. 10th start of the season, 16th of his career.
He's a big guy, 6'2", 215 pounds.
1-2 to right, and David takes high, and it's 2-2.
Aha.
She must be visiting the court today, doing a little gesturing. And that cutter outside, the full count to right. Eovaldi has not walked a batter. He's averaged 3.3 walks per 9 innings. David's drawn a ton of walks this year, 56. That's 3rd in the National League. One reason his on-base percentage is so high.
11 intentional.
Valdespin will run 3-2 to right and tries to lay off, and he went around strike 3. So David was fooled on the slider and goes out of the strike zone. 4th strikeout for Eovaldi. We stay scoreless after 3. today. Ron Santo, who waited so long to get in, and so unfortunate that he was not able to get in his lifetime. But Ronnie honored today along with Barry Larkin, former National League MVP. There's Santo, who had some great years with the Cubs.
Well, he hit behind Billy Williams hit third, Hall of Famer. Ernie Banks hit cleanup, Hall of Famer. And he hit fifth behind Banks. So they had there's the heel click of Santo that really got a lot of guys ticked off.
That did not please the Mets when they were competing with the Cubs back in '69. But Matt Kemp leading off against John Neese in the fourth inning with no score.
And of course, Barry Larkin had a terrific career with the Reds. A career that could have had better numbers. He was always hurt.
Lined into center field with a base hit for Kemp. And the Dodgers have their third hit off John Neese. All three have come leading off an inning.
Well, this guy can flat hit.
Well, Larkin also would have won more Gold Gloves, except he had the misfortune of coming up into a league that had Ozzie Smith in it.
Of course, and it's hard to break in. When I came up, I should have won 2 Gold Gloves prior to when I won my first. I believe my first was '78. I'm not sure. But at that point, it was Steve Garvey and was winning them every year. And it's hard to break through. You have to get everybody's attention. But once you break through, you're in. I mean, I won a Gold Glove I shouldn't have won.
Toward the hole, Murphy has to run it down. His only play will be to first to get Ethier. As Kemp moves up to second, one away.
I think the Gold Glove I won in '89 when I had the broken kneecap, Gary. That was my last one.
Last year with the Mets.
I missed so much of the season. I didn't deserve the Gold Glove that year, but I thought I'll take it because I should have had 2 prior to that. So, you know, that was my last one, and there you go.
Hey, it wasn't as undeserved as the one Rafael Palmeiro won. The year he played DH all year.
Yes.
28 games at first base, and they gave him the Gold Glove. Bet they'd take that back now. Ball 1 to Juan Rivera after he pointed his finger at everybody.
Nope.
Gil Hodges, great first baseman, and another year where Gil gets bypassed for the Hall of Fame.
And Gil, of course, came up as a catcher and segued over to first quite nicely for those Brooklyn Dodgers.
Juan Rivera batting with a runner at second and 1 out. Rivera bounced to short his first time up.
Do you think that Roy Campanella had something to do with that move? Why they moved him?
That certainly makes sense. 3-time MVP. There's Gil Hodges' credentials. Of course, he was a tremendous player with those Brooklyn Dodger teams. 370 home runs, 8-time All-Star. And unfortunately passed away at the age of 48 from a heart attack right before the season was to begin in 1972.
And someone that Tom Seaver holds in such regard and esteem that every time he talks about him, Tom gets enormously emotional and can't control himself. And he just thinks the world of Gil, and so does Bud Harrelson, the whole crew.
Everybody who played for him. High fly ball deep left center off Rivera's bat. Back goes Nieuwenhuis for a look, but that's out of here. Juan Rivera with a long 2-run homer, his 5th home run of the season, and the Dodgers break the ice. It's 2-0 LA.
Well, we mentioned in the open that Neese had to keep the ball in the ballpark for right-hand hitters. That's his 17th home run given up now, 16 of them to right-handers.
And he's given up more home runs this year than he did all of last year when he gave up 14 for the season. So the long ball continues to be the lone crimp in Neese's resume. The first run of the game brought to you by Chevy on the web at ChevyOffers.com.
Well, that was supposed to be a backdoor cutter, and it just came out over the inner half.
Now it's hit out to left field by Cruz, and back goes Valdespin to get it at the edge of the track for the second out.
By the way, doesn't it look like Valdespin in the outfield, whether he plays left or center? It looks like he's played it his whole life.
I mean, right now you lose absolutely nothing out there with Valdespin. He played half a dozen games in the outfield in spring training and about a dozen games in the minor leagues this year. Had never played there before. Been an infielder his whole career. You know what it is? I think some guys have the athleticism that the outfield is just not an issue for them.
They have the instincts. If I was Valdespin, I would go home in the winter and try to strengthen my arm, get my arm used to throwing long distance.
Davis handles the ground ball from Uribe. That'll end the inning, but the Dodgers break in front on Juan Rivera's 2-run homer, his 5th of the year. 2-0 LA in the 4th. In the big town, as the Mets and Dodgers do battle at Citi Field. Mike Davis leads off the bottom of the 4th, and Kevin Burkhardt has a nice perch. Kevin?
Yeah, great view, great weather today, Gary. And you guys are talking about Gold Gloves. Well, Don Mattingly has his share, 9 of those on the shelf at home. And you were talking earlier in the game. He's done a nice job with his team settling in. A guy that had no managerial experience for getting this gig here in L.A. And I had a conversation with him today, just asking about his philosophy in talking to the players, and more specifically, holding team meetings. We saw that with the Mets last week in D.C. Terry Collins had one. First time he had one in a month, and Terry picks his spots there too. And Don brought up some interesting points, and Keith, I'd love to get your take on what he said here. He said, I try to avoid them. I don't want to have them much at all. I really only when a bunch of little things start to accrue do I address them as a whole. For me, I'd much rather do it in smaller groups. Hitters meetings, pitchers meetings. You bring up points to one guy or a smaller group of guys. That works for me. The other thing is, in a one-on-one setting, I really don't like having guys in my office too much. To me, it feels like a principal's office type feel. I'd much rather be on the field, have casual conversations on the field. The other thing with that is when you do that, the entire media doesn't see that you call the guy in the office. It doesn't become a topic as much. So much more relaxed feel for Mattingly. That's how he's handled these Dodgers guys.
Well, every manager has his own style, a way to go around about business, and I kind of agree. I never heard it put that way, Kev. It is like when you get called into the manager's office, it's like you're being called before the principal. You've gotten in trouble.
As Davis goes down on strikes, Eovaldi has his 5th strikeout.
Mike just had a couple balls thrown right by him. There's the drop of the hands. He's tardy on the fastball. I just don't know if I like his widespread stance. We'll keep an eye on it.
I thought it was interesting what Kevin just said about Mattingly not wanting to call players into his office because the media can see it and it has becomes a whole cause célèbre. It's sometimes dependent on
the physical structure of your clubhouse, because you know the way the Mets clubhouse at home is structured now, the player gets called to the manager's office and the media can't see that. Whereas at Shea Stadium in the old home clubhouse, the player would have to walk past the entire media group to get to the manager's office, and everybody would see it.
And Dodger Stadium now is one of the older ballparks in baseball. I'm sure it's the old configurations, the old clubhouses. But I do agree with that. You can talk to a player on the field. Players notice a player getting called in too, and that gets players, kind of young players in particular, kind of edgy. So anyway, Donnie's done a terrific job. What a career! 14 years in the major leagues, 2,153 hits, 222 home runs, over 1,000 RBIs, lifetime 307, and a career shortened with back problems.
When you guys were playing in New York at the same time, and of course you were linked in so many conversations because you were such standout first baseman at the same time, did you have much of a relationship with Mattingly then?
You never see the Yankees. They're in the other league.
Murphy rips another one down the line for an extra base hit. Boy, is he scorching hot right now. And Murphy slides in safely with another two-base hit, his 28th double of the year. 2 for 2 today, 7 for 8 now in this series.
Well, when you short stroke, that ball's inside corner. Look at him turn. He's just right on it. He's a line drive hitter.
Wait a second.
That's close.
First base umpire Mike DeMuro. That did not appear to kick up any chalk dust. That's a foul ball. Murphy apparently got himself a break. And Don Mattingly out to question the call. He had probably as good a view as anybody from the third base dugout of that ball going down the line.
Well, they also got, there it is right there. So there's TVs in the dugouts now where they weren't in our day, down in the bullpens. So a lot of people can send the signals back to the dugout in a hurry.
Well, advocates of greater replay use would say that that's a prime play that could be reviewed if you change the system.
All these years that they said the games are too long, Gary, and we got to implement certain rules to speed up the game, and now they want to slow it down. To me, that right there is not a reviewable play.
Now, I'm not necessarily in favor of more replay, but let me ask you, would it take any more time to go quickly to the video and review that than it just took for the umpire to deal with Mattingly coming on the field and discussing it?
How about an umpire? They always have an alternate that's in the clubhouse that makes the decision. Why do you got to have these four guys do it?
Right. Ideally, if you were to implement instant replay more fully, maybe you could have a fifth umpire, rotate them in, and have an eye in the sky who has the
correct
replays in front of him.
Duda takes one the other way for a base hit. That chases Murphy to third. He's being waved, but he stops.
Oh, boy.
Toffel was waving him in against the arm of Jerry Hairston Jr., but Murphy stopped.
Well, Murph didn't even look at Tuff. And Tuff is aggressively sending him right here. Nice hitting by Duda, who's been struggling. And this is a base hit right here where you're going to have to rely on your third base coach. And he's looking. He would have been thrown out, I believe.
Well, Hairston doesn't have a great outfielder's arm, and I think that's what Timmy was thinking. In any event, it's first and third and one out, and Kirk Neuenhuis is trusted with the job of getting that run in. Neuenhuis popped up to short his first time up with a couple of men on. Kirk 7 for 11 this year, getting that runner in from third with less than 2 out. That is a good number, especially for a guy who strikes out as much as he does. And he takes inside for ball one.
Well, here's Murph again. He's gonna, you want to look at the ball where it is. Nothing wrong looking over your shoulder, and I think he made the right judgment call there. I really do. Club down 2 runs.
Well, one thing's for sure, he never looked at Toffel. And the curveball swung and missed. 1-1 to Neuenhuis.
Good curve right here. And that's where Neuenhuis, they found out that he goes fishing down and in on the breaking stuff.
Josh Tolley on deck. That's that first 2 men on in the second and couldn't get him in. First and third and 1 out here in the fourth. And due to falling back into the bag.
Interesting pickoff move from Eovaldi. He just kind of flicks it, a real quick turn, and flicks it over to first.
Almost looks like he doesn't like to throw to first. He has stepped off and faked throws to first on a couple of occasions in this game, which is a little unusual.
Well, they're pitching him inside. That's
and
a good
finds
pitch.
the inside corner with the slider, and it's 1-2.
That is a good pitch right there. Boy, oh boy. Down and in slider. That's a good location.
So now Nieuwenhuis needing to make contact in a 1-2 hole. He's struck out 89 times this year. And the fastball misses high. Well, we mentioned coming into the game how Eovaldi, despite being a hard thrower, has not really struck many people out. Just 27 in 52 innings starting the day, but he's got 5 in just 3 1/3 innings today.
I got to believe it's because he's been locating his breaking ball, and when he misses with it, he's not missing out over the plate.
And a spot where he could use a strikeout right now. 2-2 to Nieuwenhuis. 2-0 LA in the fourth.
Want a slider.
And he got him. So Eovaldi gets a huge strikeout as he fans Nieuwenhuis. 6 strikeouts for Nathan Eovaldi and 2 out of the inning.
And he gets away with a hanger right there, up and away. But watch Nieuwenhuis's shoulder, front shoulder. How he opens up, and all he's got left is arms. His body's not working in sync. He's not getting any trunk rotation. Very widespread with his stride, and locks his hips up. And when you lock your hips and you don't have the freedom to really jerk your hips into the ball, it's going to slow down your bat speed.
That stat's a little scary. Would have the highest strikeout percentage in Mets history if he continues at this rate. Dave Kingman has the record, a little over 28% back in 1975.
How many home runs did Dave hit in 75, I wonder? That was the year I think he hit under 200.
37.
So he hit a bunch of bombs. He was just, every at bat, he was just trying to hit one out of the ballpark.
Josh Tolley lined out to center field his first time. First and third and 2 down. And the curveball punched into right center for a base hit. That'll get Murphy in. Duda goes first to third. Josh Tolley comes through with an RBI single. And the Mets are on the board. It's now 2-1 LA. Well, Eovaldi's been getting a lot of results with his curveball, but Tolley was looking for it.
Oh, another hanger on a tee. It's really a home run pitch. You're lucky he didn't throw it to any of the power hitters.
So Josh with his 13th run batted into the season.
Oh boy, look at that. Oh, can I? Josh, let me get in the box and get that pitch. You live for those pitches.
Now John Neese will try and pick up the tying run from third with 2 out. Neese struck out his first time up. He's got 2 RBIs this year, and he swings at the fastball and misses. 0-1.
Well, something the Mets have done all year is just they're plucky. They just keep fighting back.
Certainly it's been the case in this series where they've been behind the entire series. Mets have not had a lead in the 3 games. Mets scoring a 2-out run here in the fourth. Their 197th 2-out run this year, the most in the majors. Now Eovaldi ahead 0-2 on Neese. And John jumps back 1-2.
Yeah.
Dave Kingman, 1975, had 153 strikeouts and 502 at bats.
I missed that, Gare.
And he stays alive. Still 1-2. Eovaldi up to 80 pitches working in the fourth inning. Dodgers got 7 innings out of Chris Capuano last night. Kingman had 36 home runs that year in 1975. Here's the 1-2 coming. And Neese drives one to left field chasing Hairston, but he's there to make the grab. So Neese hit it fairly solidly, but the Mets settle for 1 run in that fourth inning. Josh Tolley gets the run in to get the Mets on the board. It's 2-1 after 4.
By McDonald's, I'm loving it. Of course, if they finish today, they've got the first place Nationals in town for 3, and then the start of an 11-game, no days off West Coast trip, which begins in Arizona. But the Nationals are the biggie, coming in for 3, and the Mets will face their 3 stud pitchers in that series. Nationals, after an embarrassing loss on Friday night to Atlanta where they led 9-0, well, they've come back, split a doubleheader yesterday, winning 5-0 today. Ryan Zimmerman has 2 home runs, and we know the Nationals can pitch. That's the big issue with them. The Mets have seen it this year. They saw it firsthand last week. But the other thing with the Nationals is now it's kind of a developing story with their shortstop, Ian Desmond. Now, Desmond has been just great this year, 17 home runs, 53 RBIs. He missed the Mets series because of an oblique injury. He caused him to miss the All-Star game, too, and is out again today because of that. He played both games in the doubleheader yesterday, but feeling some soreness, he's out again. And Davey Johnson was asked, as Duda had to fight that sun, but made the catch, 1 down. Davey Johnson today asked about Desmond and whether or not it's a DL situation, and Davey said, I don't want to go there. Desmond's kind of to the point where he feels he's going to have to battle it all year, but that's a tricky thing, guys. It's an oblique injury. That's an injury that's kept guys out of the lineup for 4 to 6 weeks, and that's a big player. I mean, Davey told me about Desmond. I put him in leadoff early in the year. He was worried about the on-base stuff. I told him to go hack, and he went and hacked. I compare him to a Barry Larkin type. Good day for that. He's an athlete. But right now, the oblique, a big issue. Guys?
Well, he certainly has made a big difference in their lineup as Wright throws out Evaldi for the second out. And that Nationals lineup has certainly evolved now to the point where they are a much bigger threat than they were. The 5th inning brought to you by Ford. Check out the best-selling vehicles with the best values in America. Visit your Tri-State Ford dealers today.
That's a big ball game for Washington right there. You lose a heartbreaker, 9-0, and Atlanta has got to be feeling good about itself. A chance to take 3 out of 4 against Washington in Washington, and it's a lot of game left, but it's 6-0 early. And it just shows that Washington's for real, that they're able to answer the bell, particularly if they win and get and gain a split of the series. They got to go away saying, darn, we should have won 3 out of 4.
Sure. I mean, to lose a 9-run lead the first game and then get shut down the second game, you're figuring it could be a 4-game sweep, but they win last night and they get off to a big start today.
And those are the signs you look for in your team, that it's got character. And getting back to Desmond, I always liked his offense when he came up, and he's just getting better and better. His defense was always his problem. He has a scatter arm.
Well, the one thing that was interesting watching that series in D.C. as Hairston takes inside 2-0 was watching Daniel. He's clearly a better shortstop than Ian Desmond. So you wonder whether at some point they're going to do something that they've talked about, and that's flip-flop the two of them. Or put Lombardozzi at second base and move Desmond to the outfield. There's a call strike, 2-1. Because Lombardozzi has been a fixture in their lineup and given them a better leadoff hitter, better on-base percentage guy than Desmond or Espinoza would be.
Those are nice problems to have. It means you got an excess of talent.
Guys, we talked
the outside corner 2-2.
I'm sorry, Gary, my bad. We talked so much last week too about Strasburg and when he gets shut down, what are they going to do? John Lannon gets called up for the first time yesterday and was terrific, so that had to feel like a shot in the arm for them as well.
And it seems as though they are still in the market for a starting pitcher. They keep getting mentioned in these Ryan Dempster conversations. Fly ball shallow center. Out goes Tejada and makes the running grab to retire the side. Nice has a 1-2-3 inning, his second of the day. We're halfway through now at Citi Field. Tejada making it look easy. 2-1 LA. Anywhere else? Watch out for those buoys. Sun-splashed crowd at Citi Field as the Mets and Dodgers move into the bottom of the 5th inning. A couple of stray Dodger fans amongst the crowd. Top of the batting order, 3rd time around against Nathan Eovaldi. Ruben Tejada, who's had a rough series at the plate, 0 for 2 today, 2 for 12 in the 3 games. That young lady enjoying her baseball day at the ballpark with Dad. Tejada, Valdespin in right for the Mets in the 5th. And Ruben swings and misses at the slider, 0-1. And Eovaldi has had it all going today. Fastball in the mid-90s. Little cutter, nice slider. The overhand curveball. Hasn't needed a changeup. And he has been very, very good. He's allowed 1 run and 5 hits. And threw the fastball by Tejada, and it's 0-2. Just 22 years old. And looking for his 2nd win of the year. Valdespin on deck. And the way Eovaldi's career has gone, getting 2 runs to work with today, that's almost like a flood.
Well, actually, it's a 1-run lead. He's got no breathing room. Starting to make a few mistakes with his breaking stuff. Made a mistake with Tolley that cost him a run. And there was a hanger right there. So he's starting to get a little bit inconsistent with his secondary pitches, where early the first 3 innings he was spot on.
Biggest problem for him right now is pitch count elevated through 81 pitches in the first 4 innings.
He's got a good fastball. I like his arm.
And Tejada holds up on that cutter and held it in time. 1-2.
I always like the Dodger uniform. There's the bridge there. Pete, be careful. I always like the road uniforms, even the home uniform for the Dodgers.
There were a couple of years there that they ditched the Los Angeles on the road uniforms and wore Dodgers across the front of their gray uniforms. Didn't like that.
No.
I'll tell you what was a great look when it said Brooklyn across the front of that uniform. Those were some nice looking uniforms. And they wore the satin ones at one point.
Really?
For night games when they played under the lights at Ebbets Field. And also, remember, the Dodgers played some home games in Jersey City at Roosevelt Stadium. Played a half a dozen games a year back in the 50s. Now the 1-2. And it's fouled off the foot of Tejada.
My father in Little League always designed our uniforms. And when I was 10, 11, and 12, our sponsor was Ed and Jim's Union 76. So they were blue and orange, the colors of 76, Union 76. So we made a Dodger uniform. Instead of the red number, it was the orange number. And it was a beautiful uniform.
You were a Met before your time. True to the orange and blue. 8th pitch of the at-bat to Tejada. And he lays off that slider, and it's 2-2. Boy, has he had some good 2-strike at-bats this year. Going to get some stirring around now in the Dodger bullpen as Eovaldi's pitch count continues to evolve. Pitch number 90 on its way to Tejada. And he fouls off another one. And Ronnie always talks about this 5th inning, particularly for young pitchers with a lead. Getting a little tired now. Trying to get through that 5th with a chance to get a victory. Need to go 5 as a starter to qualify.
Well, I think they sense, and that's Rick Honeycutt, is the pitching coach for the Dodgers, sense him getting a little erratic with his breaking stuff.
Well, 10 pitches into this at bat with Tejada, and Ruben still got it working.
He's jammed Ruben twice with fastballs in, and he wants to go to his slider. There's Rick Honeycutt right there. Hard sinker baller throwing left-hander.
As the Dodgers with the 2nd best ERA among pitching staffs in the National League behind Washington. That's outside, and now Ruben's worked the count full.
And the body language of Eovaldi is not what you want to see there. He's getting a little frustrated, it seems, with Tejada's peskiness.
Ruben's done that to a lot of people this year. He's had long turns at bat that have turned games. This will be the 12th pitch coming up from Eovaldi to Tejada. And he gets him on strikes. So Eovaldi wins the battle, his 7th strikeout, and that matches his career high.
Well, he got him with a wicked curveball. This one just, it's over the middle, but watch it sink. Good. Down in the strike zone. Had him out in front.
Well, as I said, he wins the battle, but we'll see the impact now going forward. After a 12-pitch marathon with Tejada to start the inning, here's Valdespin, who had a base hit through the hole into right his last time up. 1 for 2 on the day and 4 for 5 in this series.
They're going to pitch him inside. He wants to throw his breaking fastball away. They weren't on sync there.
The lone lefty in the Dodger bullpen, Scott Elbert, gets up. He has yet to appear in this series. And Valdespin drops down a beauty of a bunt, and there'll be no play. His 2nd bunt hit in this series. He hits the long ball, he hits the short ball. 2 for 3 today and 5 for 6 in the 3 games.
Looks like a leadoff hitter, does he not? He's an excellent drag bunter. Dare I say that word? Leave myself open to criticism.
Who would criticize you? The only thing that right now would prevent Valdespin from being an effective leadoff hitter is he just doesn't walk.
Right.
And so his on-base percentage not quite as high as you'd like. He's only drawn 2 walks, 85 at bats. Here's David Wright, still looking for his first hit in the series. Valdespin, 4 steals and 5 tries this year, carrying the tying run.
Well, one thing Eovaldi does well is that for a young pitcher, and he's 22 years of age, and really only got called up last year. This is his 10th start of the season this year, so not a full season in the big leagues. Is that he covers runners pretty good. He keeps them close. He's got a good snap move.
Wright today is flied to left and struck out 0 for 2. Now hitless in his last 10 at bats. With the Mets down a run in the 5th. Healthy lead for Valdespin. And Wright takes the cutter for a strike. 0-1.
I think if he's going to start throwing David a breaking ball where he's up in the strike zone, he's going to get himself in trouble. He went after David there aggressively with a fastball. First pitch.
Ike Davis on deck. Eovaldi, true to his numbers, has done well against the right-hand hitters today. They're 0 for 5 against him. And a comebacker past Eovaldi and into center field, a base hit. Valdespin will motor from first to third. And Wright got it just past Evaldi's glove, and it found the middle. David Wright with his first hit of the series, and the Mets are in business, 1st and 3rd and 1 out.
And there again, speed helped with Valdespin in the lineup there. Going 1st to 3rd. He makes this play, it's a double play, inning over. And Valdespin never hesitates here. Good read on his part, and we'll watch him turn it on.
So the Mets have the tying run at 3rd with 1 out. Rick Honeycutt heading out to the mound to talk to his pitcher. Actually, that's Mattingly, excuse me. So let's see, is he going to pull him?
Give him a chance to get out of it.
Well, he's 2 outs shy of qualifying for a win, but you've got the lefties coming up. And the left-hander ready in the bullpen, and Mattingly makes the call, and that's going to be all for Eovaldi. So he will not get his 2nd win of the season today. They'll go 4 1/3 and leave with a chance to lose it, but not to win it. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed. Internet twice as fast as anything America has ever seen. Former Dodger first-round draft pick Scott Elbert comes out of the bullpen.
Well, you can see his 38th appearance here. Good ERA. Struggles with lefties. Giving up 2 home runs, 271 batting against him.
5th year that he's been part of the Dodgers, up and down in the minors. Ike Davis first man to face him, and he swings through the fastball, 0-1. Ike has walked and struck out today, 0 for 1.
Oh, Ike has just been, with his new widespread stance, I'm just seeing guys throwing fastballs right by him.
Nathan Eovaldi exiting despite giving up just a bunt hit and a 17 hopper up the middle here in the 5th. 2 outs shy of qualifying for a win. Interesting call there by Don Mattingly.
I agree. I got a young pitcher out there. I would have given him a chance to get out of it.
On the other hand, he had that 12-pitch at bat against Tejada to start the inning. He struck out Tejada, but didn't retire anybody after that. Now the left-hander facing Davis as Valdespin fakes down the line, and the pitch is taken low. 2 balls and a strike. Valdespin trying to distract Elbert by taking a little run down the line. There you see Ike's numbers with a runner at third and less than 2 out. A little bit below what he'd like.
Well, Ike's hitting 184 against lefties with 6 home runs.
Of course, you worry about the double play grounder here. Murphy waiting on deck, a red-hot bat. Valdespin a bunt single. Right a base hit up the middle. He's at first. 2-1 the count to Davis. And Ike takes a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 2-2. '26-year-old Scott Elbert out of Seneca, Indiana.
If he come inside with a fastball upstairs, he's going to get his man right here. But Dodgers like to throw away. Fastball away. Don't like the call.
And he gets him. So for the second time, Ahmed has batted with a runner at third and less than 2 out and gone down on strikes. Neuenhuis in the 4th, and now Davis.
Davis here, just not a good swing. Waving at it. Look at that. Butt flying out. And that just tells me he's all messed up.
I mean, is that just a matter of looking for something else? And
I don't know. With 2 strikes, you can't. 2 strikes, you got to protect.
So it's left to Murphy, who's swinging a hot bat in this series. 2 for 2 today, 7 for 8 in the 3 games. Ripped a double down the right field line his last time up, albeit a ball that appeared to be foul. And he takes the fastball off the plate for ball 1. Duda would be next. Mets have 7 hits in the first 5 innings, but just the 1 run. And Murphy skies one foul, 1-1.
Well, he was looking for a slider. Murph's like a little guess hitter, too. He got it and missed it.
Dodger bullpen had to work 4 innings on Friday night, and they gave up 3 runs. Last night, 2 innings, 2 runs. So the Mets have made some hay against the Dodger pen in this series. 1-1 to Murphy, and he flies one foul, and it's 1-2.
There's the call right there. It looks like Elbert can throw the fastball inside the lefties, and he needs to do that.
Murphy has not been playing much against lefties lately. Ronnie Cedeno got the call yesterday at second base against the left-hander. Well, when Murphy is as hot as he is right now, it doesn't usually matter what you're throwing with. Left, right, or middle.
Fastball away. I disagree.
There goes right. They ignore him. David steals second as Murph takes ball 2.
How can they ignore right?
It's the go-ahead run.
It's beyond me.
10th stolen base of the year for Wright. So now a base hit could give the Mets the lead. Valdespin at third, Wright at second, and 2 down. 2-2. And Murphy flies it foul. Still 2-2.
There's one thing that Murph has the ability to do, and that is fight off with 2 strikes. Fight off that inside pitcher. You're going to be vulnerable inside. You're going up the middle, protecting the plate. A base hit's all that's needed to put your team ahead. And there he fights off a fastball in, lives to fight another day.
Scott Elbert working in relief of Nathan Eovaldi.
Going in. That's
and
the pitch.
Murphy lifts one to shallow left. Easy for Jerry Hairston. And that retires the side. So the Mets put 2 aboard and leave them stranded. We played 5 at Citi Field, 2-1 LA. Field. Been a frustrating offensive day for the Mets so far. They've left 7 runners on base in the first 5 innings and trailed the Dodgers 2-1. John Neese gave up a 2-run homer to Juan Rivera in the 4th inning, and so far that's been enough for the Dodgers. Mark Ellis will lead off in the 6th. Kemp and Ethier to follow. As the Dodgers work the 3rd time through the batting order, Ellis has been up twice, struck out both times, looking in the 1st, swinging in the 3rd. And he takes a cutter for a strike, 0-1. Ellis, the longtime Oakland Athletic. Kemp on deck. And he gets that ball in on Ellis, and it's 0-2, and he has had Ellis's number so far today. He's just over 70 pitches as he starts the 6th. And Ellis skims one over the bag at 3rd, off the glove of right, and rolling into foul ground. Ellis takes a turn and holds on as David gets it in quickly. It'll be a base hit for Ellis, as Wright, who's been splendid on that backhand play all year, unable to make connection that time.
He broke his bat right down the line. Ball had a tough hop, an up hop there.
So it's a leadoff hit for Mark Ellis, the 4th time in 6 innings now that the Dodgers have had a leadoff hit. And here is the very dangerous Matt Kemp, who singled to center and scored in front of Rivera's home run in the 4th. And he takes a cutter for a strike.
Kemp 1 for 2 against Neese today. And remember, he's hitting a 500, even 500 against lefties.
5 for 10 in this series, including that home run against Santana on Friday night. Andre Ethier on deck. A ball and a strike to Kemp. Well, Neese giving the Mets some badly needed length today after having the starter just go 3 innings each of the last 2 days. Yeah, it's a good curveball for a strike. He hasn't thrown his curveball much today.
No, he hasn't.
There are days when his cutter is so good he doesn't feel like he has to use his curveball as much.
Well, it's good the third time through the order to mix it up. Don't want to become too predictable.
Kemp not only almost won the Triple Crown, he almost won the Quadruple Crown last year. And a high fly ball hit to center. Back goes Nieuwenhuis to the edge of the track, near the wall, and he runs it down for a long first down. Ellis tags at first and goes to second. Alert base running by Ellis as Kemp made a bid, but Nieuwenhuis had it lined up all the way and caught it near the wall.
Well, I tell you what, he got under that ball and hit that thing all of 390 feet. And Nieuwenhuis thought he was going to have to leap, but he had more room than he thought. And nice base running by Ellis to tag up and get in a scoring position.
So a long first out, and now Andre Ethier, who has flied out and grounded out 0 for 2 today. And the Mets are going to appeal at first, say that Ellis left too soon, but Mike DeMuro said he did not. Watch Ellis tag up.
When you go halfway, that's the rule. He knew he got under it, so he read it pretty quickly. He had a pretty good read on this from the get-go. Ball hitting the deep part of the park. He can just kind of get in third gear. Cadillac at the second.
Ethier takes a cutter for a strike. Do you read the outfielder there, or do you read the ball?
You read the ball. It's all instinctual. You know, and this is a visiting player, too, who's not familiar with the ballpark. It's the first time the Dodgers have been here, so that's good. That's just good instincts.
Ball and a strike to Ethier, who's now 30 years old. Coming off a down season last year. Was having a fine year going until he hurt the oblique and missed that series with the Mets 3 weeks ago. And the curveball fouled off 1-2. So he's making more generous use of his curve here in the sixth.
And he's got a good one.
And that's the problem sometimes, right? If you don't use that curveball early in the game, sometimes it's hard to find later on.
Well, he hasn't used it, and he's been throwing it the whole game.
Mark Ellis at second and 1 out. 1-2 coming to Ethier. And he lines it over short, a base hit. Ellis to third. He's going to be waved around by Tim Wallach. Here's Valdespin's throw to the plate. It skitters in, not in time. Down to second base goes Ethier, and it's 3-1 LA. Andre Ethier drives in his 61st run, and the Dodgers again have a 2-run lead.
Well, a lot of good things happen in the Dodgers' way. They're good base running by Ethier. Watch the hitting here. He doesn't need a base hit. It's a ball down the middle that he goes right with. Single gives you a 2-run cushion. And we were talking about Valdespin not being an outfielder and looking at his arm, and the ball just fizzles. Not a good throw, and you can't expect him to have a strong arm. He's an infielder. But Ethier, once that ball gets by right, advances on the throw.
Was David trying to cut that ball off?
I think he might have been.
Or was he trying to deke the runner?
Either way, that's a good call, Gare.
Either way, it didn't work. Ethier winds up at second base on the play. And now Juan Rivera, who had a 2-run homer his last time up. And he takes a strike. Rivera's home run went into the old seats beyond the Party City deck in left center. His 5th home run of the year. Dodgers now with 3 runs and 6 hits. And a little flare into right field. Duda coming on, hesitates, but he makes the catch for the second out. Every fly ball an adventure.
It's the end result. That's all that matters.
Yes, it is.
It's an F9 on your scorecard.
2 out in the inning, and now Luis Cruz, who hit one deep to left his last time up, and Valdespin went back on the track to get it. So Cruz, who homered Friday night against Santana, has shown a little pop in this series. That home run Friday night was his first big league home run. Ethier at second with 2 down. Cruz, whose left foot is almost out of the batter's box, pops one up into center, and Nieuwenhuis has it measured, and that retires the side. But the Dodgers tack on a run on Ethier's RBI single.
Middle of the 6th at Citi Field, 3-1 LA. Citi Field today. Mets looking for a game, and the pitching dominated early as John Neath and Nathan Eovaldi matched zeros for the first 3, but Juan Rivera opened the scoring with a 2-run homer. Mets fought back on Josh Tolley's RBI single to make it 2-1, but Nathan Eovaldi has kept the Mets from getting much more. Mets have left 7 runners on base over the first 5 innings. Eovaldi going the first 4 1/3, and Scott Elbert, who finished off the 5th, will stay on to start the 6th. Lucas Duda leads off and takes ball 1 from Elbert. Duda 1 for 2, single to left his last time up. It'll be Duda, Neuenhuis, and Tolley, 3 left-hand batters, so Don Mattingly leaves his lone left-handed reliever in the game. And a good slider by Elbert, 1-1. If you're going to build a pitching staff to face the Mets, you generally want to have more than one left-hander in your bullpen.
Agreed. It would be beneficial.
Mets as a team are hitting 15 points higher against righties than they are against lefties. Their one lost record when a lefty starts against them is 9 games under 500, 9 games over against righties. And it stands to reason, as left-handed dominated as their lineup is. Today only Tejada and Wright in the lineup, right-hand batters. Fly ball along the left side in foul ground, and that'll go in the crowd. Still 1-2 to Duda.
Well, Terry Collins has a lot of really the only guy on the bench that can swing from the left side is Torres, and he's a switch hitter today. You got Harrison, Turner, Bay, Cedeno, and Nikias for his right-handed bench, which I think we're going to see some moves here soon to try to get back in this game. It's 3-1, a lot of game left.
Well, the Mets have been in position to score all day long. They had first and second and nobody out in the second and didn't score. They had first and third and 1 out in the 4th, and they scratched out a 2-out run. They had first and third and 1 out in the 5th and didn't score. And Duda socks one to deep center field. Back goes Kemp, gets turned around, but he finds it, and that's the first out of the inning.
Well, he made that adjustment easy, did he not? Kemp out in center, turned the wrong way, and he can play out there.
So Kirk Neuenhuis will come to bat. Let's check in with Kevin.
Now think about it. Neuenhuis hasn't had a stretch in his life, high school, college, anywhere where he's been on the bench for an extended period of time like he has here, guys. And, you know, I talked to him about it. He said, like, I'm just trying to take bits and pieces from some of the other bench guys who've given me good advice. And honestly, I've tried to think a lot more like the manager, you know, try and estimate when I might come in the game, when the pitcher spot comes up, when there might be a double switch. And when I've anticipated that, I've gone back to run a little bit and hit in the cage. I asked Terry Collins about it. He said Kirk has learned that there has to be adjustments made. And Keith, I guess you were talking about a big one with that shoulder earlier, right?
Yeah, Kev, you know, there you go. He kept his shoulder. And that's what I like to see right there is use the other part of the field. Don't pull off. If you pull off, you can't do that. So we'll take a look right here. There at his stride. That's a little, he doesn't really stride in that much. That ball's right down the middle, and play it that way. When you're struggling, you don't want to pull. Get pull happy.
So Neuenhuis has his first hit in this series. And now Tolley, who drove in the only Met run with a base hit in the fourth. And he bounces one slowly. In comes Ellis, and he does not make the tag. Gets the out at first base. Neuenhuis able to elude Ellis, and he's safe at second.
Well, on a 3-1 ball game, I kind of question Ellis right here in trying to make the tag. You've got a slow-footed Tolley. You want to get the lead runner. I mean, I know what he's trying to do here, but you got to be thinking on a 3-run game, 3-1 ball game. You're here in the bottom of the sixth. You want to keep that guy out of scoring position.
I guess the only caveat is you have the pitcher coming up next with 2 out.
Which is like the old days here, letting the pitcher hit.
It's only the 6th inning.
Exactly.
And as much as the Mets have had to use their bullpen the last 2 days, almost imperative that the Mets get more than 6 innings out of Nice today. John has struck out and flied out 0 for 2. Plus, he's swung the bat pretty well this year.
He swung the bat terrific this year. He's a threat up there. But it's just so unusual to see this in today's game.
Ramon Ramirez up nonetheless in the Mets bullpen. Nice has thrown only 83 pitches in 6 innings.
I always felt you want to reward your starter if he's in a tight ball game, 3-1, pitching a good game. You know, give him a chance to get a win.
2 balls and a strike to Nice. Sean Tollison, the right-hander, up in the Dodger bullpen. Two and one to Nice, and he takes up and in, and so Elbert falls behind the opposing pitcher 3-1. If Nice gets on, Ruben Tejada would come up with the tying runs on base.
And the Dodger outfield positioning, Kemp playing straight up on Nice. I would get over in that gap because look, the left fielder is really playing opposite field.
And that's ball 4. So Nice is on with a walk. And in addition to the fact that he swung the bat well this year, Nice has also drawn more than his share of walks. That's 6 of them. His on-base percentage is up around 350.
And that's going to get Mattingly out of the dugout to make a pitching change. And he's going to go to the right-hander.
Well, you got the right-hand hitting Tejada coming up with the tying runs on base. Mattingly will come in to make a double switch with Jim Joyce. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Introducing Verizon's Fios Quantum Speed. Internet twice as fast as anything America has ever seen. at the Jeep Summer Clearance event. Here's your chance to win a fantastic at 50 Mets jersey. Just text Mets to 48593 to enter. Message and data rates may apply. Sean Tollison comes out of the bullpen. James Loney will play at first base. He'll bat ninth. And Tollison goes in Juan Rivera's number 5 hole in the lineup.
Well, Tollison in the first game came in the 6th inning with runners on first and second and 1 out, and the Mets threatening, and got out of the inning, but then gave up a 2-run home run to Valdespin in the next inning.
Tejada was the first man he faced when he came in Friday night, and he got him on a fly ball. Ruben bats here with the tying runs on base and 2 down, and he takes the breaking ball high and away for ball 1. Tejada 0 for 3 today, now just 2 for 13 in this series. Neuenhuis is at second, Neese at first with 2 down. Tollison, a 30th round draft pick out of Baylor 2 years ago. Remarkable that each team has a relief pitcher who was a 30th round pick in 2010. Mets have Josh Edgen taken in the same 30th round of the same draft. And it's taken low and inside 2-0. You know, it's odd enough for 30th round draft picks to make it, but to make it this quickly, and 2 of them in the same game. Valdespin on deck, already has a couple of hits today. Mets have out-hit the Dodgers in this game 8-6. But they've left 7 runners on base, including 2 in each of the last 2 innings. Terry Collins hoping for different things here in the 6th. Tollison behind 2-0, and takes a look at Neuenhuis. Nobody going to cover.
I don't think Neuenhuis is going anywhere. Down 2 runs with 2 outs.
Last time up, Tejada worked a 12-pitch at bat against Nathan Eovaldi. Wound up striking out on the slider on 3-2. But then Eovaldi gave up a bunt hit to Valdespin and a base hit to right and was out of the game. Don Mattingly pulling his starter after 4 1/3, so he couldn't qualify for a win. Elbert went an inning and a third in relief. And now Tollison. And Tejada lays off the breaking ball. It skips a few feet away from Ellis, but not far enough for Neuenhuis to move, and it's 3-1. So Elbert walked the last man he faced, and now Tollison behind 3-1 on the first man he faces. Valdespin on deck, and remember, the Dodgers don't have another lefty in their bullpen. They've already spent that 1 card with Elbert. 3-1 now to Tejada. And Ruben sucks one in the air to left field. Back goes Hairston. He's got plenty of room, and that ends the inning. So Tejada, who has not hit a home run this year, trying to go deep, comes up well short. 3-1 Dodgers after 6 at Citi Field. Run homer by Juan Rivera in the fourth, and they've led ever since. In fact, the Mets have not led at any point in this series. John Neese persevering into the seventh. He'll face the lower third of the Dodger batting order. Uribe, A.J. Ellis, and then James Loney, who's hitting in the 9-hole. Juan Uribe 0 for 2 today. Both times has grounded out to the right side.
Neese has been throwing a fine ball game here. Through 6, gave up the 2-run home run to Rivera in the fourth. And then an RBI single by Ethier in the 6th. But he has been throwing outstanding. The Mets just haven't not given him any run support thus far.
Hasn't walked a batter today. Uribe pops one up, shallow center, and Neuenhuis calling. One away. Neese has now gone 23 straight innings without walking a batter.
He's really, it's just so much fun to watch the transformation, the progress of these young players. Neese, I've always liked his stuff now, and it just seems that he's just building every start. He's getting better and better.
25 years old. Mets made a big investment in him before the season. Gave him a 5-year deal. And he is starting to show his worth. A.J. Ellis takes a strike on the inside. Ellis had an infield hit in the third and then hit a fly ball to right, in which Lucas Duda battled the Sun to a standstill in the 5th inning. And that cutter has been working for him all day long. James Loney on deck, ready for his first at bat of the day. And the curveball hit to second and skids by Murphy, and safe at first is A.J. Ellis. Now Murphy got caught in between catching on the fly and catching on the hop, and it went right under him.
He got a little bit loose with his glove. And Murphy's been pretty solid at second base. Let me tell you, he's made a lot of progress. Just didn't get a lot of lateral movement. Another ball was hit hard.
It's got to be an error, right?
Yeah, I would think so. The ball's hit right at him.
And it is indeed an error charged to Daniel Murphy, the Mets' first error in this series. So 1 out and 1 on, and now James Loney. Loney played first base yesterday, went 2 for 5 and drove in a run, but it's been a very disappointing year for Loney. Hitting a .248 on the year with 2 home runs, and he takes a cutter for a strike. Mets had an 11-game errorless streak, and in Washington on Thursday when they made a couple. Ground ball. Murphy has to move to his left to get it. Gets the lead runner at second, and that's the second out of the inning. Had a good idea with the catcher running that he'd have plenty of time to get Ellis.
Well, he also saw in front of him that Ellis had to stop, let the ball pass him, and that made the play very easy for Murph. Knows he has plenty of time. No need to rush the throw.
So 2 out. Loney now at first, and here's Jerry Hairston Jr. 1 for 3 on the day. Singled to lead off the ball game. Since then he's flied out and popped up. The Nats now up 8-0 on the Braves in the 6th inning. Ross Detweiler cruising in that game, so it looks like the Nats will be able to get a split of that 4-game series before they come here to Citi Field tomorrow night.
And Detweiler they put back in the bullpen, you recall, to make room for
Chien-Ming Wang.
Wang, right? And he didn't pan out. They put him back in the starting rotation. He's picked up where he left off. He's a nice young pitcher.
He looked terrific against the Mets last week. Mets will miss him in the upcoming series. They'll face Jordan Zimmerman tomorrow night. Zimmerman shut the Mets out for 6 innings in that series last week. Then Gio Gonzalez goes Tuesday. The Mets beat him up in that matchup with Dickey. They'll have a rematch Tuesday night, and then the Mets face Strasburg on Wednesday afternoon. Hit sharply, and a great diving stop by Wright to get the force and end the inning. That ball appeared to be by David, and he made a terrific diving play to take a base hit away from Jerry Hairston Jr. Great defense by Wright. Works around the error by Murphy. We go to the 7th inning stretch at Citi Field with the Dodgers up 3-1 on the Mets. the official sponsor of Team USA, together every step of the way. Just a perfect day for baseball. And the fans hanging out all over Citi Field, out on the Shea Bridge, on the Party City deck, up in the promenade. A spectacular day for baseball as the Mets try to fight out of the doldrums. They've lost 8 of their last 9 and they've trailed today. But when it's 85 degrees and the sun is shining, just a great day to be in the ballpark. Win, lose, or draw.
I agree.
Sean Tollison got the final out in the 6th inning. Stays on to pitch the 7th with Valdespin, Wright, and Davis up for the Mets. Mets have left 9 runners on base in the first 6 innings, including 2 in each of the last 3 innings.
And Valdespin got that average over 300.
He's been a spark again today. Had a base hit with 2 out in the 3rd, and then a bunt single with 1 out in the 5th. Rodani is 5 for 6 in this series, and certainly making a bid for increased playing time. Mets are going to see another right-hand pitcher tomorrow night in Jordan Zimmerman. A lefty Tuesday night with Gio Gonzalez, then a righty again on Wednesday with Steven Strasburg. And at this point, the way Valdespin has been contributing offensively, and certainly the way he's been handling himself in the outfield, it's hard to make an argument against him playing against every right-hander the Mets face.
I'm in your camp.
I mean, it's much like the case was with Nieuwenhuis earlier this year. As long as he stays this productive, how can you sit him down? Valdespin pops up the first pitch, and A.J. Ellis comes back, flips the mask right near Uribe, who makes the catch.
And really, the third baseman and the first baseman coming in are the center fielder and the outfield on that play. The catcher's got to give way to his third baseman or his first baseman.
Well, it would have been funny when Uribe's calling him off if he tripped over Ellis's mask after
that would be tough.
Ellis threw it in his general direction.
That would be very unfortunate for the Dodgers.
It would have worked out okay. So 1 pitch and 1 out for Tollison in the 7th. And now David Wright comes to the plate. David 1 for 3, had a base hit up the middle in the 5th and stole a base. That was his first hit in this series. '24-year-old Sean Tollison got Wright to ground out on Friday night, and he goes up and away for ball 1. The starter Nathan Eovaldi went 4 1/3, allowed a run on 7 hits. Scott Elbert an inning and a third, no runs, 1 hit. So you have to figure right now he's pitcher of record on the long side, although it's a scorer's discretion.
Good cut by David right there. I'll tell you one thing about this Dodger bullpen. They come in, they're not afraid to throw fastballs.
And Wright takes a breaking ball for a strike, 1-2. The Dodgers, of course, are chasing the Giants in the National League West. The Giants are playing in Philadelphia, and John Mayberry has homered twice today off Barry Zito. The second one put the Phillies ahead 3-2, and they go to the 8th. The breaking ball, and Wright fouls it off. The Phillies were showing some signs of life until this weekend. Look at the West standings. Dodgers 2.5 behind. The Diamondbacks keep trying to get energized. Still a couple of games under 500. Mets will be in Arizona next week. Huge night for Jason Kubel last night. You know, Kubel's leading the league in RBIs now.
It's amazing. They picked him up from Minnesota, correct?
3 home runs, 6 RBIs last night, and that just missed inside to right, 2-2.
Nice pitch, nice try. Let's see what they do if they double up inside. The catcher just frames it nicely. Ellis doesn't move his glove.
David might be fortunate to have gotten that call. Now it's 2-2, and Tollison misses away. It's a full count with Ike Davis on deck. Again, it bears mentioning the Dodgers do not have another lefty in the bullpen, and the Mets have a lefty-laden lineup behind Wright. 3-2 coming to David, and he takes strike 3 call. Tollison didn't get the call in the inside corner, but he got it on the outside, and he has his first strikeout.
I think David got caught looking for a little break. Or maybe, see, I think it's a cutter. No, it's a fastball. He got caught looking.
Jim Joyce punches out right, and now there are 2 out and nobody on.
Tollison's throwing hard.
Now Ike Davis, who has walked and struck out twice. That second strikeout came in the 5th inning with 1st and 3rd and 1 out, and Scott Elbert got him. And Davis swinging at the breaking ball, 0-1. That swing on the breaking ball out of the strike zone is something we saw a lot of the first couple of months of the season for Ike, less lately.
He's waving, starting to lunge now. He's having a real tough day at the plate today.
That one skips in, a ball and a strike. The hottest hitter in the lineup, Daniel Murphy, is on deck, hoping Davis can keep the inning alive for him. The Mets have been scoring since the All-Star break, 5 runs per game in the 8 games since the break. But today just not getting that big hit. Tolley had a 2-out RBI hit in the 4th, but the Mets have left runners all over the bases the rest of the day.
So what does that tell you? Ike right here, all breaking balls, and this has been predominantly a Tollison throwing fastballs to everybody. So the book on Ike is all speed stuff, breaking stuff.
And he got him with a breaking ball. Davis strikes out for the 3rd straight time. And wait a second, Jim Joyce says the ball hit the ground.
Oh boy.
The Dodgers were heading off the field. Now let's see if Joyce asked for help from the 3rd base umpire James Hoy. Apparently not. Mattingly believes that the ball went into the glove of Ellis, but Joyce said the ball hit the ground, and Mattingly comes out to argue.
All right, they seem to be okay with it. Donnie does. Well, he didn't get a piece of it.
I guess that's the question. Donnie's asking whether he made contact at all.
I don't think he got a piece of it at all. It's got to be strike 3.
Well, it is if he missed it, but apparently he must have, in Joyce's opinion. And Davis takes advantage by hooking one down the right field line. It'll go to the wall. Davis sprinting hard for second, and he's in sliding with a 2-out double. So give it an extra pitch to him. Mike Davis comes through with his first hit of the day, his 16th double of the year.
A gift from the gods here. Another slider, one too many.
So the Mets may have gotten the benefit of a call. And let's see if they can cash it in. Murphy comes to the plate as the tying run. Murphy's 2 for 3 today, a single and a double. Flied out to left his last time up. 7 for 9 in this series. And Murphy takes a cutter on the inside corner, a strike. The veteran Jamie Wright is up in the Dodger bullpen. Mets now with 9 hits on the afternoon, but just the 1 run. And Murphy takes inside a ball and a strike. Mets are 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position today. They have been by far the best team in the league with 2 outs and runners in scoring position this year. 282 coming into the day, 18 points higher than any other team. Tollison gets ahead on Murphy, 1-2.
Tollison's not fooling around. You know what you're going to get off him for 2 strikes. You're going to get fastball. Gear it up.
Well, he threw breaking balls to Davis.
That was it.
Fastballs to everybody else. Now he's ahead on Murphy, 1-2. And Murphy punches one into shallow left. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Davis running on the crack of the bat will score, and it's a 1-run ball game.
Daniel Murphy with his third hit of the day, and it's 3-2. Well, an inning that appeared to be over. Ike Davis might have swung and missed at strike 3, got a call, got a double, and now Murphy cashes it in with a base hit.
Well, it's a line drive in the papers tomorrow. You'll take him any way you can get him.
What a series for Daniel Murphy. 8 hits in 10 at-bats. He drives in his 46th run of the year as Davis comes home. And now the tying run on base for Lucas Duda. And on instructions from the dugout, A.J. Ellis going out to talk to Sean Tollefson, get a little more time for Jamie Wright, who's warming up in the bullpen. Davis talking about that foul tip call, which may or may not have been the correct call. What do you think? Did he foul tip it or not?
I don't think he fouled. I thought it was strike 3.
So Sean Tollefson bears the brunt of that. Threw another slider after that. Davis hooked it for a double. Murphy drove him in, and now Mattingly heading out.
Now Mattingly's going to give he's not happy.
He's got a few words for Jim Joyce as he heads out. Probably seen the replay, or at least been told of it, of that foul call.
Probably told him you missed the call.
And he's leaving Tollefson in the game.
I just think he went out there to let Joyce hear about it a little bit.
Well, that's one of those calls where if the home plate umpire cares to, he can ask for help from the third base umpire.
That's a tough one to overturn if you're a third base umpire.
So now Lucas Duda with a chance, with the tying run at first and 2 down. Mets down 3-2 in the 7th. Lucas 1 for 3 on the day, an opposite field single back in the 4th. And Murphy goes diving back in. Murph has 6 steals this year in 7 tries. Mets have a stolen base today. David Wright picked that up in the 5th. But the Mets came into the day dead last in the National League in steals. 46 now in 95 games. And Duda punches one to shortstop, running around to Cruz, a tough spinner, but he corrals it and throws him out to end the inning. Well, the Mets get a run closer. 2 out and nobody on. Looked like the inning was over. Jim Joyce looked like he missed that call. Davis responds with a double, and he comes home on Daniel Murphy's blue pitch. 3-2 LA after 7.
eggs for only $3 only at McDonald's. 8th inning. John Neese still in there, trailing 3-2. Mark Ellis takes a curveball for a strike.
94th pitch for Neese. 8 innings. I love it.
Ellis 1 for 3 on the day, and he hits the curveball down to third. David Wright gets a piece of it, but not enough, and Ellis has another infield hit. Second straight that he's hit off David Wright's glove. And the 5th time in 8 innings that the Dodgers have had a leadoff hit against John Neese. He's been pitching out of the stretch all day.
Well, tough hop, get in front, keep it in the infield. Almost want to see 2 hands there if you can, not just the one hand. Sometimes you get the ball in the heel of your glove, and you use that throwing hand, and you're able to clamp it down and make the play.
Here's Matt Kemp, who's 1 for 3 on the day, single to center in the 4th. And he drives one to the left for a base hit, and the Dodgers get the first 2 men on in the 8th inning against John Neese. Now this being throwing behind Mark Ellis. So now Andre Ethier will come up with 2 men on. Terry Collins is on his way out to the mound.
Well, he's got Burdack ready. And there's a fastball right down the pipe.
So Terry sent Neese out to start the inning. Let's see if he sticks with him here.
Well, you got the left-hander up. We got a base hit off him his last at bat, an RBI single, and that's the right move. I think that he's got to go in. Get a fresh arm.
Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed Internet, twice as fast as anything America has ever seen. Do everything, do AC. Johnny Cueto pitching well for the Reds today as they lead the Brewers in the 8th. 2 home runs for Ryan Zimmerman. They're up big. The Nats are on the Braves 9-2 in the 6th. Jeff Karsten's working on the shutout. Pedro Alvarez home run number 21 for the Pirates as they try to keep rolling. Giants and Phillies now tied after Nate Shearholt's 2nd home run of the game. Lance Lynn on the mound for the Cardinals has a 5-0 lead in the 5th. Everything else later on. Tim Burdack in for the 4th straight day.
Well, this is a big inning right here and a big appearance for him. Stop the bleeding.
In to face Andre Ethier, who hits the first pitch to shallow center. Nieuwenhuis ambling in. 1 pitch, and Burdack gets it out. Let's see if he's asked to go any farther. Let's see. They got Bobby Abreu coming up to pinch hit, so Burdack will stay in for him for sure. Only one right-handed bat on Don Mattingly's bench, and that's his backup catcher, Matt Trainer. So Mattingly would much prefer to have Abreu up in this spot. So that keeps Burdack in for another batter. John Roush up in the Mets bullpen, ready for the right-hand hitters to follow. You've got Cruz, the shortstop, who they will not pinch hit for. So this will probably be Burdack's last batter. Nice goes 7 innings plus, allows 8 hits and the 3 runs so far. Didn't walk a batter again, 3rd straight start, and struck out 3. In fact, he hasn't walked a batter in 24 innings now, but he leaves on the short end. And Burdack trying to keep this a 1-run game as he takes on Abreu, who started the first 2 games of this series, went 1 for 7. And he takes it high for ball 1.
5 for 15 as a pinch hitter with 2 RBIs.
He's through 97 pitches in his 7 innings plus today. Gave up the 2-run homer to Juan Rivera in the 4th. The big blow against him. And Abreu takes a strike. Fastball from Burdack, 1-1. Well, the bullpen gave the Mets 6 innings each of the last 2 days. They gave up just 1 run on Friday night in those 6 innings, but 4 runs yesterday. Of course, that included an inning and 2 runs from a guy who normally is a starting pitcher in R.A. Dickey. And Abreu tries to lay off the slider and does. 2 balls and a strike. Jamie Wright continues to throw in the Dodgers bullpen. Abreu is batting for Sean Tollison, who gave up a run in an inning and a 3rd. Normally Javi Guerra would work the 8th inning as a setup man with Kenley Jansen closing, but Jansen's been used the last 2 days and might be unavailable. And a slider. Ooh. That one's in for a strike. Generous call from Jim Joyce, and it's 2-2.
Abreu did not like that call. Boy, oh boy, it was generous.
Abreu's always been an aficionado of the strike zone. .396 lifetime on base percentage. That's outstanding. 2-2, and he lays off that one. That's definitely out of the strike zone. 3-2. Now it's 3-2 to Abreu with Ellis at second, Kemp at first, and 1 out. And he fouls back the fastball. And Burdack starting to get the kind of work he was getting early in the season when he seemed like he was pitching every day. Working his 4th straight day. Yesterday gave up a base hit, got a couple of strikeouts, working the 8th inning. Again, the 3-2 to Abreu, and he hits it off the end of the bat, a foul ball. And so the battle continues. Eighth pitch of the at-bat from Burdack to Abreu. And he got him. Slider by Burdack, 2 out of the inning. So Burdack has done his job getting the 2 left-hand hitters out.
Good slider, good spot, good pitch. Right to the spot.
Now Terry Collins comes out to the mound. He'll bring John Roush in the game to face Luis Cruz. This call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed, internet twice as fast as anything America has ever seen. John Roush comes in for his second appearance in the series, trying to get a key out in the 8th inning. Mets down by a run. The Dodgers have 2 on and 2 out. Luis Cruz, the shortstop, at the plate, 0 for 3 today. And Cruz takes a curveball for a strike, 0-1.
Well, Roush has been kind of turned his season around in that road games, that road series in Tampa. He started throwing his fastball more, and all of a sudden now his ERA is starting to drop. Been much more effective.
And he's quickly ahead on Cruz, 0-2. Luis Cruz 0 for 3 today. Hit a long fly ball to left back in the 4th that Valdespin caught. The Dodgers 3 runs and 8 hits. The Mets 2 runs and 10 hits. Mets have left 10 runners on base. The Dodgers have left 4. John Neese began this inning, gave up back-to-back hits. Burdack got a couple of outs. Now Roush trying to keep the Dodgers off the board and keep it a 1-run game. 0-2 to Cruz. And a fly ball hit to left field. Valdespin circles in. And he gets there. Side retired. So the Mets bullpen doing a nice job behind Neese in that 8th inning to keep it a 1-run game going to the bottom of the 8th. New York State. Difference in this game. Big hit for Andre Ethier.
Fastball up and over the plate. Just base hit was all that was needed. Good hitting right there on a pitch up in the strike zone.
Tony Gwynn Jr. comes in for defense as we go to the bottom of the 8th. And Jamie Wright will be the setup man today for the Dodgers. We'll change of plan for Don Mattingly.
Well, Wright hasn't been used in this series, the veteran.
This has to make you think that Kenley Jansen might not be available today. Jansen got saves in the first 2 games of the series. We'll wait and see how that plays out. Meanwhile, Kirk Neuenhuis will lead off for the Mets in the bottom of the 8th, down by a run. Neuenhuis 1 for 3 on the day. Single to left center his last time up, and he drops down a bunt, but not a very good one. And Wright easily makes the play for the first out. Yeah, trying to get it closer to the line, but Neuenhuis sent it right back to the pitcher.
Good idea, trying to get something started.
Now Josh Toley will bat with 1 out. Josh drove in the Mets' first run of the day with a 2-out hit in the 4th inning. Mets have scored both their runs with 2 outs today. 198 of them this year. Most in the majors. Justin Turner's out on deck to bat for Roush as Toley bats with 1 out in the 8th. And Josh takes it wide from Wright, 1-0. Jamie Wright, now 37 years old. in his 17th major league season. He started out with Colorado and had some success early in his career as a starting pitcher, but he has really bounced around since, mostly working in relief. Went from Colorado to Milwaukee to St. Louis, Kansas City, back to Colorado, San Francisco, Texas, Kansas City, Cleveland, Seattle, and now finally at age 37 pitching for the Dodgers. Behind on Tolley 2-0, and Josh takes a strike. Dodgers had to go to their bullpen early today. Nathan Eovaldi was pulled in the 5th inning. Scott Elbert went an inning in the 3rd, no runs, 1 hit. And then Sean Tollison an inning in the 3rd, 1 run, 2 hits.
Tolley hits one sharply over the bag, a base hit. Charging it is Gwynn, and he'll hold Tolley to a single. So Josh Tolley has his 2nd hit of the day, getting it between Uribe on the line, and the Mets have the tying run on base.
Well, if you're guarding the line here, Gare, it's a 5-3 on your scorecard. And I'm a proponent of guarding the line.
And the Mets will run for Tolley here. Andres Torres will come in, carrying the tying run at first base to run for Tolley. And Justin Turner will bat for the pitcher, Roush. Torres was the only left-handed bat available on the Mets bench today, so the right-hand batting Turner gets the call here. Justin's had 1 at bat in the series. He struck out against Kenley Jansen on Friday night. Turner's been swinging the bat well lately, hitting at .291 for the year. 1 out and 1 on. Mets down by a run in the home 8th. The Mets now have 11 hits in this game. Torres back to the bag. Well, if you're going to use Torres as a pinch runner in this spot, you certainly are putting the stolen base into play. Torres with 9 steals. He's been caught 4 times. And Wright paying him a lot of mind. Wright has been pretty easy to steal against this year. 7 stolen bases against him in 8 tries. That's a lot for a relief pitcher. Wright's only worked 38 innings, so 7 steals. That's a bunch. And Turner takes up and in for ball 1. Ruben Tejada waits on deck. Not a very big lead for Torres. And Turner hits a double play ball right at Ellis. The flip to Cruz, and they turn 2 to end the inning. 4-6-3, and that's how Jamie Wright gets through the 8th. We head for the 9th, 3-2 LA. having, it's not worth building.
Well, we've always said that all season this has been the best third base that David Wright has played his entire career.
Going to base it away from Jerry Hairston Jr. in the 7th inning, much to the delight of John Neese. Now we go to the 9th inning, and Mike Nickius will come in to catch after Tolle was lifted for a pinch runner, and Bobby Parnell will pitch the 9th inning.
Well, Parnell's going through a little tough patch right now. That road trip didn't fare well for him into Atlanta and Washington, and this is his first appearance, as Gary said, in this series.
Juan Uribe will lead off for the Dodgers in the 9th. Uribe, A.J. Ellis, and James Loney, 7, 8, and 9 in the order. The Dodgers got a 2-run homer from Juan Rivera in the 4th, an RBI single from Andre Ethier in the 6th, and so far that's been enough. And as we suspected in the Dodger bullpen, it's not Kenley Jansen getting ready for the save opportunity. It's Javi Guerra. So clearly Don Mattingly trying to stay away from his closer today. After Jansen saved the first 2 games, he gets Guerra up instead. Pulled foul just outside the bag. 0-2 to Uribe. Of course, Guerra was a closer for the Dodgers last year and early this season before Jansen took the job.
And he has 8 saves this year thus far.
The Dodgers trying to sweep the Mets in Flushing for the first time since 2002. 10 years ago. Curveball from Parnell. Ball and 2 strikes to Uribe. Bobby last pitched in Washington on Thursday afternoon. Was brought in with a 5-run lead. Gave up a run in the 9th. It was a rough series for Bobby. Had that blown save in the first game of the series in Washington, where he got within a strike of ending it before Danny Espinosa's tying hit. Frank Francisco through today for the 2nd time in this homestand, and they're hoping he'll go out on rehab sometime this week. And the way things are going, you'd have to say it's a pretty fair bet that as soon as Francisco is ready, he will take his closer's job right back.
Yes.
He has been missed. And it's not just the fact that Parnell has struggled as a closer. There's a trickle-down effect in that bullpen, too.
Well, Parnell will go back to the setup role, which he has really thrived this season.
Terry Collins has a new arm to work with today in that bullpen as Uribe grounds one, and Wright makes the running toss in plenty of time for the first out. Mets brought Elvin Ramirez back. He had been with the Mets earlier this year. Miguel Batista, after his rough start yesterday, was designated for assignment, and so the Mets bringing up another young arm for that bullpen. Here's A.J. Ellis, who's 1 for 3 today, had an infield single in the 3rd. Since then, he's flied out and reached on an error. In the last of the 9th, the Mets will have the top of the batting order coming up: Tejada, Valdespin, and Wright. So Parnell, if he can keep this a 1-run game, can give the Mets a chance with their top of the batting order due up. Been a rough series at the plate for Rubens so far. Valdespin, on the other hand, has been quite the spark.
Cooled off Rubens' Jets a little bit in this series.
Well, it seemed like it began in the Washington series. All of a sudden, his bat looked a little bit tired. But he has had a terrific year. There's the curveball, and it misses 2-1. The Mets have begun a stretch. It began in Washington of 20 games in 20 days. And Terry Collins has said that sometime during that 20-game span, probably during this road trip coming up, that they'll try and sneak in days off for Tejada and Wright, who've been playing every day. 3-1 now to Ellis. Well, the Mets have made a habit over the last few years of starting out strong and fading in the second half, and it has begun to go that way after the All-Star break again this year. I was just thinking the 2 years prior to that, 07 and 08, the fade began a little later.
The worst possible fade.
The September fade.
Well, I could think of a better word, but
Terry Collins had this team out over its skis a little bit the first half of this year, playing well beyond what you would have expected. Skimmed to the right side, and Murphy can't get to it, and Ellis has his second hit of the game. So A.J. Ellis is aboard with one out.
just through the infield. Not a bad pitch from Parnell. Just out of the reach of Murph.
And I think he knows if he dives for it, it's going to be hard to get up in time with all the ground he had to cover. So
and
he figured his only chance was to grab it, spin, and throw.
And he's out there in the outfield grass, too.
So 1 out and 1 on. Here's James Loney, who hit into a fielder's choice in his only at bat. Well, the Tigers won again today. That's 5 straight for Detroit as they sweep that series from the White Sox, winning today 6-4. Behind Jacob Turner, who gets his first win. There's a curveball for a strike to Loney. Well, before the season began, we all thought that Jim Leyland's team might be the best in the American League, and they are playing like it now. Miguel Cabrera hit 2 home runs today. They're now 8 games over 500 after a terrible start. And Loney takes a fastball at 96 for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Well, Detroit in April got out of the gate quick, and then they just, their May and June was awful.
Well, that lineup is fearsome.
Well,
and the guys behind Verlander in the rotation have begun to pitch well. Fister and Porcello and Scherzer. Breaking ball in the dirt, 1-2.
Well, you got Miguel Cabrera and the 3-hole and Prince Fielder behind him. That's a pretty good 3-4 hitter in a lineup.
1-2 to Loney. And that just missed. 2-2. Mets got 2/3 of an inning out of Burdack and a third out of Roush in the 8th inning as they worked out of John Neese's trouble. Now Parnell trying to negotiate the 9th. Tony Gwynn Jr. is the on deck batter, getting ready to bat for the first time in the game. 2-2. And the curveball bounced to second. Should be a double play. Murphy has trouble getting out of the glove, but Tejada turns it over anyway. And the Mets turn the 4-6-3 to end the inning. Now the Mets will come up in the bottom of the 9th with the top of the batting order. That means a turn for David Wright as the Mets try and break this game in the bottom of the 9th, trailing 3-2. Plus, Greg Mocker is always on the trail of something different. Weeknights at 5 and 10 on the Pix 11 News. Well, with Kenley Jansen apparently not available today, Javi Guerra will bid for his first save since the 1st of May.
Well, Guerra had a little bit of a 2011. Had 47 appearances for the Dodgers. Missed a good chunk of the season, 30 games with right knee surgery. He's at 8 saves, but hasn't had a save since early May.
He was the closer early in the year, saved 8 games and 11 tries, but then lost his job to Kenley Jansen. Then Garrett went on the DL in June, missed a month with a knee injury. More recently had to go home because his dad had a heart attack. He was home in Denton, Texas for that. Ruben Tejada takes outside ball 1. So it's Guerra asked to get the save after Jamie Wright pitched a scoreless 8th inning. Valdespin on deck, David Wright behind him. Guerra, the 5th Dodger pitcher of the afternoon. Tejada 0 for 4 on the day. And Ruben lines one, base hit. And the Mets have the tying run aboard. So Tejada's first hit of the afternoon comes leading off the ninth.
And nice hitting here. Fastball away, goes right with it.
Well, let's see how the Mets handle this. Would you have Valdespin bunt as hot as he's been?
I would not.
Valdespin's 2 for 4 today. And he takes a long look down at Tim Tuffle to see what's on. The Dodgers are going to play it for the bunt with Uribe well in at third base. Tying run at first and nobody out. Remember, Tejada does not have great speed. Valdespin in the batter's box has much, much better speed. That's now at 12 hits on the afternoon. And Valdespin asked to bunt, skips out of the way for ball 1.
That's how important Terry Collins feels that this game is for the Mets, and obviously they do not want to get swept at home.
Tell you what, though, the way Valdespin has fared in the 9th inning against closers, I think I'd let him swing the bat.
If I get a hit and run count, I'd let him hit and run.
David Wright on deck. Let's see if he's still bunting here. Guerra tosses to first. Valdespin didn't give it away as Tejada dives back in.
It's a 1-0 count here. It's a good put the hit and run on, a switcheroo on him.
Although Guerra sometimes has trouble throwing strikes. 13 walks in 28 innings this year. The thing about Guerra, he keeps the ball in the park. He hasn't given up a home run this year and only 2 last year. And looking Tejada back and then throwing over. One thing about Ruben, he's not going to be stealing a base. You could play hit and run with him. But he's got only 1 steal all year. One and 0 to Valdespin, and he's set to swing, and he takes inside. So the bunt was on for 1 pitch, and then Valdespin was set to swing away.
Well, you've got Uribe way in at third base, and you would think that he would back up a little bit after that. Now it's 2-0. If they're going to give him a 1-0 hit sign, why not give him a 2-0 hit sign? And that's going to get Honeycutt out there to talk this over.
So Guerra, who lost his closer's job because he was struggling in the 9th inning, trying for his first save in 2.5 months, and he's come out struggling. Gave up a line drive hit to Tejada. He's fallen behind Valdespin 2-0, and so Honeycutt trying to settle him down. Not only do you have Uribe coming in right on top of Valdespin, but you got the second baseman Mark Ellis really shortened up and giving Valdespin a better shot at pulling one through that right side hole the way the Dodgers are playing.
And the Dodgers don't believe in guarding lines, so you got Uribe way off the line over there at third.
Well, he had a 1-0 hit sign. Let's see if he has a 2-0 hit sign. Tejada at first and nobody out. And Valdespin takes a strike. Again set to swing away. Now it's 2-1. Good hit and run count if you want to go that way, but instead they bunt. It's going to be a tough play for Guerra. He fires in time to get Valdespin, and down to second goes Tejada. 1-3 on the sacrifice, successfully accomplished by Valdespin to get the tying run into scoring position.
Well, I like the idea that he gave him a couple pitches to swing, got ahead in the count, and Valdespin, we can see enough of him. He can bunt. He's a very accomplished bunter.
Well, he's got a bunt hit today and now a sacrifice bunt. And so now Wright comes up where a base hit could tie the game. So the question is, with David Wright representing the winning run, if you're the Dodgers, how carefully do you pitch him here?
You want to put the, well, I don't ever like putting the go-ahead run or a tying run on base. So this is righty-righty. You got to go after him. This is part of the game.
David's 1 for 4 on the day, singled back in the 5th. And he takes a fastball on the inside edge. 0-1. 95 miles an hour from Guerra.
They're playing a slight shade in the outfield to right center for Wright, and I agree. Kemp shaded to the opposite field. Big gap in left center field for David.
Ike Davis on deck, a red-hot Daniel Murphy behind him. Mets have trailed this entire series. And Wright has to jump back.
Well, they're going to pound David in here. This is such an important game for the Mets right now. You know, it's nice to get a 2-run walk-off, but, you know, right, it's shorten up and tie this, but get this game tied.
Wright with 66 RBIs on the year. And he hits one back through the middle. Knocked down by Ellis. He has no play, and the Mets have runners at first and third. Well, Ellis did well to keep the ball on the infield and prevent the tying run from scoring. But now the Mets have the tying run at third and the potential winning run at first. David Wright's second hit of the day.
Well, Ellis got caught backing off the runner, holding him on. You notice that?
Lost his glove as he smothered this ball. There's only 3 bases if you throw your glove at it. As every little leaguer knows. So now Ike Davis up in a huge spot. Ike came up in a first and third 1-out situation in the 5th inning and struck out against Scott Elbert. Now he has another first and third 1-out situation with the tying and winning runs aboard. Ike doubled his last time up and scored on a base hit by Murphy after being given a second chance on a bad call. And Davis takes one in the dirt, and A.J. Ellis has to do well to stop that and keep the tying run at third.
Look at him change his glove right there. He was going to try to smother it, and he thought better, and that was the right move.
Mark Ellis just came in from second base to try and be some counsel to Guerra, who clearly is a little bit rattled here in the ninth. Trying to get back in that closing situation after losing the job earlier this year. The red-hot Daniel Murphy on deck. And Davis takes a strike. 1-1.
Don't understand how you can take a fastball when you got a pitcher out there that's obviously a little rattled. You're ahead 1-0.
Last time up saw nothing but breaking balls from Sean Tollison. And on the last one, he doubled down the right field line.
Fastball in.
Popped to foul. 1-2. David Wright stole a base earlier in this game in a first and third situation. If Guerra doesn't pay him any mind, he might try and do it again, get that winning run down to second. Mike has not fared well with 2 strikes this year, but he's driven in 53 runs and at least trying to get that tying run in. Now he's down 1-2.
Fastball in again.
Too high. 2-2 to Davis with Murphy on deck.
Slider. Oh boy, that's a risk.
He's already bounced one in this inning. 2-2. And he bounces that one, and Ellis was up to the task again. It's 3-2.
Well, you send right here. I don't know if you do, because Ike strikes out too much.
I think you got to send him and take that risk, and if they throw through, maybe Tejada's able to score. Because you really fear the double play. Now they're shortening up at second and short.
Wow.
As though they're going to come home on a ground ball.
Well, there is anticipation of David stealing.
It's an interesting call by Don Mattingly. With Davis, a very slow runner at the plate. They figure if Wright is running, they wouldn't be able to turn two, so they come in.
Correct. And they're going to pound him in with a fastball. Nope, they want to get cute. Okay, he shook him off. All right, here it comes.
3-2, first a look to third, and you're hoping that Wright would run on first movement, but David's a better base runner than that. His responsibility in this spot is to make sure that ball goes to the plate.
Slider down and in, they want.
3-2 to Davis. Bounce slowly. Loney bobbles it, has no play, throws to first in time, gets Davis out, but the Mets tie the game. Very close play at first. And both Davis and the first base coach Tom Goodwin thought he beat it out. But Loney able to recover in time to get the second out. But Tejada comes home with the tying run, and it's 3-3.
Well, they got the ground ball here, not hit well at all. Good break off the bat by Tejada, and he would have been safe. I thought they had him at first. We'll take a closer look.
It's quite a recovery by Loney.
Holy, that's close. No stretch from the first base, second baseman.
And
he beat it.
He beat it.
Wow.
That's a huge call by the first base umpire, Mike DeMuro. Now they're going to walk Daniel Murphy intentionally with the winning run standing at second base and first base open. Murphy, who's 3 for 4 on the day and 8 for 10 in the series, will not get a chance to swing the bat. Instead, the game will be put in the hands of Lucas Duda. Like Davis drives in the tying run, but was safe at first, but was called out. So Ike got the benefit of a call in his previous at bat, enabled him to double and come home with a run. And this time he has a call go against him at first base.
We'll take a look at Ruben here. You want to come up on your feet, ready to go? And he didn't have a play at the plate. The ball hit too weakly.
So now with 2 out and 2 on, here comes Lucas Duda. Duda's 1 for 4 on the day. Wright the winning run at second. Murphy at first with 2 down. Mets have had 13 hits. They need 1 more. And Duda takes a strike. Kirk Neuenhuis would be next. Mets have tied the game in the ninth. Guerra suffering the blown save, now just trying to send the game on to extra innings. Duda trying to end it right here. And Lucas takes it wide, a ball and a strike. One to Duda, and Lucas grounds one to the second baseman. Mark Ellis makes the play, and we're going to extra innings at Citi Field. So the Mets get the game tied. The ground out by Davis played in the tying run, and we go to the 10th, 3-3. Toyota, you get a lot for less. Toyota. By Subway Restaurants, try the Green Chili Collection. Subway, eat fresh. By Volvo, pay nothing to repair or maintain your new Volvo for the first 5 years. By the new New York State, the new New York State works for business. By Ford, check out the best-selling vehicles with the best values in America. Visit your Tri-State Ford dealer today. And by BP Gasoline with Invigorate. Mets will play just their 5th extra inning game of the year. They played one on Tuesday in Washington, lost that. Mets have gone 1-3 in extra innings. The Dodgers are 4-2. Tony Gwynn Jr. up for the first time. Bobby Parnell starts his 2nd inning of relief. Bobby gave up a 1-out hit to A.J. Ellis in the 9th, but got a double play ball from Loney. Javi Guerra blowing the save in the top of the 9th, but able to send the game on to extra innings by getting the big out against Duda. The Dodgers 3 runs and 9 hits. The Mets 3 runs and 13 hits. And Gwynn takes the curveball high. Tony Gwynn Jr. came on for defense in the 8th inning. Mark Ellis and Matt Kemp to follow in the 10th for the Dodgers. So John Neese is now off the hook. John went 7 innings plus today. Gave up 3 runs and 8 hits. And Gwynn takes one just off the plate. 2-1. Tim Burdack and John Roush combined for a hitless inning in the 8th before Parnell worked the 9th. That bullpen heavily taxed in this series and now working in extra innings. And Gwynn fouls it back. The Met bullpen worked 6 innings each of the last 2 games. It was the first time since 2006 that the Mets had back-to-back games where they needed 6 innings out of their bullpen. And back in 2006, one of those games was a 14-inning game, so that's a little different circumstance. But the Mets had their starters knocked out early Friday and Saturday. Today they got 7 out of John Neese, and they tried to get more. John started the 8th inning, but gave up back-to-back hits and was pulled. Mets will have Chris Young going tomorrow in their opener against Washington. Here's the 2-2, and it's punched foul. And, you know, Young is at a point in his career where he's basically a 6-inning pitcher at best. If you get a 7th out of him, that's great. R.A. Dickey goes Tuesday night, and then Jeremy Hefner will get a start against the Nats on Wednesday afternoon. And from there, plans are up in the air. Mets will have to figure out who opens the road trip in Arizona on Thursday. 2-2 now to Gwynn. And he takes inside, and Parnell goes to a full count on Gwynn leading off the 10th. The Nats have won. They beat Atlanta 9-2. 2 home runs for Ryan Zimmerman.
So they salvage a split up there in D.C.
Means they finished that series 3.5 in front of Atlanta. It means that if the Mets can win this game, they'd be just 4 games behind the Braves for the 2nd wild card spot. Here's the 3-2. And Gwynn hits it out to center field. Neuenhuis right there. 1 out. Well, there's the pitching line for the Mets today. The biggest number there, no walks. Neese for the 3rd straight start, not walking anybody. Burdack, Roush, and Parnell following suit.
Well, Burdack came in and got 2 key outs in that 8th inning. And Roush closed the inning out with a nice 3rd. And Dodgers had 1st and 2nd, nobody out.
Here's Mark Ellis, who's 2 for 4 today. Both his hits have gone off David Wright's glove. One to his right, one to his left. And the pitch taken outside for ball 1.
Well, the Marlins getting shut out today in Pittsburgh. They fall 11.5 back, Gary, and 8 under 500.
It's 5 straight losses for Miami. They just can't get out of their own way. Swing and a miss by Ellis, 1-1.
I mean 7 under. I'm sorry, they're 7 under 500.
44 and 51. Josh Wall recently recalled up in the Dodger bullpen. He has not pitched in this series. And the curveball, and Ellis swings over at 1-2.
Boy, that's a good pitch. You can do this every time, Bobby, with that fastball. You're going to have success. That's a good one.
Now it's 1-2 to Mark Ellis with Matt Kemp on deck, and Ellis fouls it off. Breaking ball hit out to right, and Duda's right there. 2 out. So 2 fly ball outs for Parnell to start the 10th inning. Now he can face Matt Kemp with the bases empty.
Parnell just really got a terrific breaking ball today.
So let's see how he goes after Kemp, who's 2 for 4 today. Has singled twice. He also hit one to the wall in left center in the 6th inning. Of course, he's in scoring position when he's at the plate. 14 home runs on the year, despite missing a couple of months, including one in this series. And Parnell keeps it away from him. It's on the outside corner. 0-1. Andre Ethier would be next. David Wright guarding the line at third against Kemp, and the outfield playing as deep as they can. And that fastball just missed at 97 miles an hour. Parnell has been trying to throw inside more. He was chastised by Dan Warthen after his difficult outing in Washington. Told him if you don't pitch inside, doesn't matter how hard you throw it outside, they're going to be on it. And he's been trying. Up and away, 2-1.
Game hasn't changed. I feel like I'm just repeating myself. If you don't let the hitters worry about it being pitched inside, they're going to clobber you.
No. And the breaking ball, Kemp lays off, and it's 3-1. Kemp hit a walk-off home run against the Phillies earlier this week. He's dangerous in the late innings. The guy on deck may be even more dangerous. Here's the 3-1, and it's fouled back. Andre Ethier's had a great knack for the late inning hit.
That's a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
He can do that.
Yes, he can, and effortlessly too. His motion is just like he's just playing catch.
Now he's worked the count full to Kemp. Here's the 3-2, and he punches one down to first. One hopper grab by Davis, and the side retired. So an impressive inning for Parnell. He gets the Dodgers 1-2-3. Now Neuenhuis will lead off in the bottom of the 10th in a 3-3 game. Another long ball game. The Mets trying to pull one out in the bottom of the 10th inning and keep from going under 500 for the first time this year. 3-3 as we start the bottom of the 10th. Javi Guerra, who blew the save in the 9th, stays out there to face Neuenhuis, the pitcher's spot, and Nikias in the bottom of the 10th inning. Scott Hairston's out on deck to bat for Bobby Parnell, who turned in 2 scoreless innings in relief. And now the Mets hoping to get him a win. Neuenhuis 1 for 4 on the day. Tried to bunt his way on, leading off the bottom of the 8th, but bunted it right back to the pitcher and was thrown out. There's Hairston on deck. Nikias, who's in the 9 hole, is behind him, the pitcher in the 8 spot. Mets have 3 runs and 13 hits, but they've left a dozen on base today.
And Neuenhuis rips one down the line, and he's got himself an extra base hit. Kirk heading for second as Ethier digs it out of the corner, and Neuenhuis pulls in at second base with a leadoff double. Well, Neuenhuis has been struggling, but that's his second hit of the day and his 12th double of the year.
And the manager gives him a start today, and he rewards the judgment of the skipper. He's been sitting for quite some time. Sometimes it helps. You get away from the game. You don't have to get up there and get at bats. You're in a rut.
Interesting call now for Terry Collins. You got the pitcher spot due up, and he's sending up Scott Hairston to pinch hit. He has Ronnie Cedeno available, and Cedeno is a terrific bunter. So I'm a little surprised he's having Hairston bat in this spot, because there have been a couple of situations recently where Hairston was up, runner at second, nobody out, and he couldn't get the runner over to third because he's such a deadbolt hitter. But I guess Terry just trying to win it right here with a base hit. I can't imagine he'll call on Hairston to bunt.
Well, he played. I agree with you. Earlier in the game, the 9th inning, he played with Valdespin to bunt. I would have played for sacrifice and advanced the runner to third, Garrett.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised it's not Cedeno here. In any event, Hairston will try and win it for New York, and he takes it high for ball 1. No way in the world he's being asked to bunt. Mike Nikias is the on-deck batter. And I guess maybe the call is here that Nikias is such a weak hitter that you don't want to put the game in his hands, even if you were successful sacrificing. That might be the way Terry's figuring it. So let Hairston try and win it. Off the plate, and it's 2-0.
Well, he flip-flopped the lineup, too, and put Nikias in the 9 hole. Would have been hitting in the 8th position.
Right. Trying to stay away from him. Now, if Hairston can get on with a walk here, then you can ask Nikias to try and bunt the runners over, with Tejada behind him. Hairston hasn't had a sacrifice in 3 years. It's not his game. Neuenhuis with good speed at second and nobody out. 3-3 bottom of the 10th. And Hairston takes a strike. Nice pitch by Guerra. 2-1. Mets have had 4 walk-off victories this year. See the shortstop Cruz keeping an eye on Neuenhuis. And Hairston has to jump back, and now it's 3-1.
Boy, the walk would be a gift, or a nice fat pitch, base hit, and end it.
Well, the walk would be huge because it would mean that Nikias wouldn't have to swing the bat. He could bunt instead. Of course, you can't pinch hit for Nikias. Toley's already out of the game. And still have Bay and Cedeno in the dugout. Here's the 3-1. And Hairston takes ball 4.
Wow.
So that is enormous. Hairston draws the walk, and now the Mets have first and second and nobody out, and Nikias will come up and try and bunt them along.
And I think you're seeing why Guerra lost his closing job. Oh, Archie Bell and the Drells. A little bit of a tighten up.
Don Mattingly doesn't have anybody up in the bullpen. Remember that he pulled his starter after 4 1/3 today. Nathan Eovaldi had a 2-1 lead. Took him out. He pitched Scott Elbert for an inning and a third. Sean Tollison for an inning and a third. Jamie Wright worked the 8th. And on a day when Mattingly is clearly trying to stay away from his closer, Kenley Jansen, he asked Guerra to try to get the save. But Guerra gave up the tying run in the 9th. And now the Mets have the first 2 men on against him in the 10th.
You got a slow runner up there to put the sacrifice in Nikias. You've got to put the wheel play on and try to get the lead runner.
Neuenhuis with good speed at second. Hairston, average speed at first. Nicky has good numbers with runners in scoring position, but he's not going to be swinging the bat here, you wouldn't think.
And you already see the infield placement. You see they're not even trying to trick anybody. They've got the second baseman, Ellis, guarding the runner tightly, and everybody in at the corners, and look at the shortstop. I mean, this is an obvious wheel.
So would you ask Nikias to swing away against that wheel?
Got to put the bunt down. Got to get it done.
He pulls the bat back looking for the butcher boy, and he takes a strike. Well, the hitter often in these situations is told if you see the wheel, swing away.
Right. But where the shortstop is right now, he does not have to vacate shortstop. He's there. He's close enough when the bunt's down to get to third base. The guy that has to be moved is the second baseman.
He's got to get all the way from second to first.
He breaks away from Neuenhuis. Get a bigger lead.
Ellis, the second baseman, right on the bag there. 0-1 to Nikias, and Garrett stepping off, trying to see if Nikias will give it away.
Even if the guy's standing on second base, get your big lead. It doesn't make a difference if he's standing there. Don't get that. That's not a good lead. Get a good normal lead.
0-1 to Nikias. They run the wheel. Nikias bunts it back to the pitcher. They have a play at third. Guerra gets the force there. Throw to first. Not in time. He came off the bag. Ellis came off the bag, and that cost them the double play. It was not a good bunt by Nikias, right back to the pitcher, and they easily got the force play on Neuenhuis, 1-6 for the first out. And Don Mattingly coming out to argue the call at first. Now the Mets had a bad call go against them at first base in the ninth inning when Davis clearly beat out a ground ball and was called out.
And this is Don getting hot here, which is very unlike Donnie.
So Mike DeMuro's had a tough last couple of innings. We'll have to watch a replay and get an idea whether it was the right call. Mets will wind up with runners at first and second and one out with Tejada coming up after Nikias fails to advance the runners.
We'll take a look at it here, and Guerra kind of boosted there. He double clutched, and that's the difference. Oh boy.
Now the question is, was Ellis's foot on the bag when he caught this throw from Cruz? What do you think?
Well, I'm going to look at it one more time. He's out.
He was lifting the foot.
Yep.
The question is whether the toe was still in contact with the bag when he caught the throw, and it was close. Certainly not as blatant a bad call, if it is a bad call, than the one on Davis the last inning. Let's see. It's hard to see where the ball hits the glove.
I think he's still on it. I think he's on the bag.
Yep. In any event, Mike DeMuro with a couple of calls to make in the ninth and 10th inning. And each team has had a beef with him. So now Tejada trying to win it for New York. Hairston now the winning run at second base. Nikias at first. Tejada had a big hit leading off the ninth against Guerra, a base hit to center field, and he scored the tying run. 1 for 5 on the day. And Ruben golfs one foul.
And Ruben just been getting a little bit under the ball lately. Don't want him to see fouling balls back. You want to see him hitting the top half of the ball, line drives, ground balls.
While the Mets play in the 10th here, the Phillies and Giants play in the 12th now in Philadelphia, tied at 3. Guerra's already thrown 32 pitches in relief. And Tejada lays off the slider, a ball and a strike. Ruben has one walk-off hit in his career. That came in September of 2010.
Kemp playing very shallow in center field, unusual, and shading to the opposite field.
Ground ball down to third, handled by Uribe, gets the out at second. Ellis with the turn for the double play, and the inning is over. The Mets get a leadoff double in the 10th, but do not score. We go to the 11th, tied at 3.
New York.
Well, it hasn't been the year for him that the Mets expected thus far. He has struggled the first half of the season, pitching a little bit better of late.
And you see how the lefties have hit him this year, and that's been the troubling part, because one of the things the Mets valued in Ramirez when they made the trade from the Giants was that he was a right-hander who could get lefties out because he has a good changeup. But the lefties have battered him this year, and he'll face a very good left-hand hitter, Andre Ethier, to lead off the 11th inning. And another left-hand hitter, Adam Kennedy, out on deck to pinch hit. Don Mattingly has 2 players left on his bench, Kennedy and his backup catcher, Matt Trainer. Mets have 2 players left on their bench, Jason Bay and Ronnie Cedeno. So each team has now used 4 relief pitchers in this game. Bobby Parnell worked 2 scoreless innings, allowed no runs, 1 hit. And now Ramirez makes his second appearance in the series. He worked 2 innings on Friday night. Gave up a run on 2 hits, struck out 3. Ethier's 1 for 4 tonight, singled in a run in the 6th inning. And he takes outside for ball 1. There's Kennedy out on deck to bat for the pitcher, who's in the 5-hole. Luis Cruz behind him. And it's up and away, 2-0. Mets now have 2 Ramirez's in their bullpen, with Elvin Ramirez being recalled today. And Ramon with a 2-0, and there's a strike. Ethier is 3 for 4 in his career against Ramon Ramirez. Of course, Ramon pitched the last couple of years in the Western Division, pitching for the Giants. And he falls behind Ethier 3-1. He's been trying to use his fastball more, but having trouble right now locating his fastball.
Well, he loves that outside corner, I'll tell you that.
And Ethier takes ball 4. So Ramirez walks the first man he faces after the Mets had gone 10 innings without walking a batter. So the Dodgers have the lead run aboard with nobody out. And Adam Kennedy will come to the plate, and we'll see if Mattingly asks him to bunt with right-hand hitters Cruz and Uribe behind him. Kennedy started the game at second base yesterday, went 1 for 4 and a walk, scored a couple of runs.
Got to keep an eye.
It's not Kennedy, though. It's Kershaw.
So there is definitely going to be a bunt.
Yep. So they changed up after Ethier got on, and they'll send Clayton Kershaw, their Cy Young Award-winning left-hander, up there to bunt. Kershaw has done a terrific job bunting this year. He's got 10 sacrifices on the season. Second in the National League, only to his teammate Chris Capuano. So Kershaw, the pinch hitter, and the Mets look for the bunt all the way. And Kershaw lays off, and it's ball 1. It's missing Kershaw in this series after he pitched a gem against them in Los Angeles, the only game the Dodgers won in that series. Luis Cruz is on deck. Juan Uribe behind him, a couple of right-hand hitters. Nobody up in the Mets bullpen. Burdack, Roush, Parnell, and now Ramirez have worked in back of John Neese, who went 7 innings plus. The Dodger bullpen quiet as well, although they're batting for the pitcher here. And Kershaw bunts it, deadens it beautifully, and Wright goes to first with it. 5-4 on the sacrifice. So Kershaw gets the job done again, his 11th sacrifice of the year.
Doesn't square and face the pitcher, but keeps the bat level. Kind of stabbed at it and got a little fortunate there.
That's backspin.
That's bad fundies, but it worked.
It's a results-oriented business. So Luis Cruz will try and get the lead run in. Cruz is 0 for 4 today. A strikeout and 3 fly balls. 2 for 12 in this series. Ethier at second and 1 out. And Cruz fouls it at the plate. That one caught Nickius, 0-1. With Nickius in the game and Tolley having already left, Mets are in the situation they were in the other day, wondering who their emergency catcher is. I guess at this point in the game it would probably be Ronnie Cedeno. And Cruz fouls it back. And Ramirez ahead 0-2. Well, Kennedy redux. This time Adam Kennedy on deck to bat for Juan Uribe. Josh Wall on the right, Ronald Belisario on the left. Probably Wall if the game's tied, Belisario if there's a save opportunity. Dodgers trying to get the lead here in the 11th. 0-2 now to Luis Cruz, and Ramirez takes a look at Ethier. Ethier, you'll remember, got a base hit against, or got a walk against Ramirez the other night, stole a base and scored a run. There's a fastball in for a call, strike 3. Cruz down looking for the second out.
Right on the corner. There you go. Go grab some pine. He thought it was a ball, and you can't be taking that pitch, particularly if you're a ping hitter like Cruz.
Does that make him a golfer? So now Adam Kennedy will pitch it with the go-ahead run at second and 2 out. Kennedy 1 for 4 in this series. And the Mets are going to intentionally walk him and instead go after the right-hand hitter, A.J. Ellis.
I agree.
So Ellis, who has a couple of hits today, will get a chance to bat with 2 men on. This will be the second walk of the inning for Ramirez. He issued the Mets' first walk of the day to Ethier leading off. And now giving the intentional pass to Kennedy. And there's ball 4. So the Dodgers have 2 men on. And now Ramirez will dig in against A.J. Ellis. Ellis is 2 for 4 on the day. Had an infield single in the 3rd. And singled through the hole into right in the 9th. Ethier at second and Kennedy at first with 2 down. The Dodgers 3 runs and 9 hits. The Mets 3 runs and 14 hits. It's been a very frustrating afternoon for the Mets, who have never led in this series and fought uphill again today after falling behind in the 4th inning. Tied the game in the bottom of the 9th. And now Ramirez trying to keep it tied in the 11th. And Ramirez and Nickius appear to be on the same page. And Ellis takes low and away for ball 1.
James Loney in the on-deck circle, the left-hand hitter.
Nobody up in the Mets bullpen. The Mets have used Tim Burdack. They have not used Josh Edgin, but Edgin worked 2 innings yesterday, so probably is not available today. And the breaking ball misses. 2-0. So Ramirez living dangerously. A.J. Ellis missed the first 2 games of the series with some inflammation in his knee. Pronounced himself healthy in the lineup today, looking for his 3rd hit of the day and trying to give the Dodgers a lead. Here's the 2-0. And he takes it letter high for a strike, 2-1. And Ellis takes strike 2. Fastball on the outside corner. That's the pitch that struck out Luis Cruz as well. And now Ramirez has gotten back even.
2 out, 2 on, 2-2 to A.J. Ellis. And a fly ball along the right field line. Cutting over is Murphy to call in foul ground. Side retired. Ramon Ramirez gets in and out of trouble in the 11th. Valdespin to lead off in the bottom. Tied it in the 9th. Ruben Tejada got it started with a base hit. Jordani Valdespin a perfect bunt. David Wright a base hit. And then Ike Davis, this little dribbler, got the tying run in as Tejada scored to get the Mets even at 3. And that's where we are as we go to the bottom of the 11th. And for the Dodgers, 25-year-old Josh Wall comes in to make his major league debut.
Well, 2005 second-round pick, hard thrower. But boys, this is going to be his debut here. He down in AAA, ERA over 5. Mets looking with Valdespin, Wright, and Davis coming up to salvage a win from this out of this series.
Wall saved 18 games at Albuquerque this year, but gave up 6 home runs in just 38 innings and a 5.68 ERA. Valdespin, Wright, and Davis trying to win it for New York at the bottom of the 11th.
The shadows are definitely a factor here for the hitter, advantage pitcher. Ball's coming out of his hand into the shadows. Not a good thing.
So Valdespin, who had a sacrifice in the 9th inning tying rally, 2 for 4 on the day. And looking to get it started or ended right here with Wright and Davis to follow.
And Kennedy at third base really in tight to protect against the bunt.
Adam Kennedy staying in at third after pinch hitting for Uribe. And Valdespin taking all the way, a call strike. Pitcher he's never seen before.
So Josh Wall, welcome to the big leagues.
First major league appearance with the game on the line in extra innings. And Valdespin tops one foul, and quickly Wall is out in front, 0-2. David Wright has a couple of hits today. He's on deck. Javi Guerra worked 2 innings in relief, allowed the tying run on 3 hits, walked a couple. He's got a double play ball to get out of the 10th after giving up a leadoff double. And now Wall dealing to Valdespin. And Jordani takes wide, 1-2. Wall was a starter for most of his minor league career. They moved him to the bullpen last year, and he had some better results.
Well, he's always been a strikeout guy in the minors with a lot of walks.
Now 7 years after being drafted out of high school in Louisiana, he's in the big leagues. And Valdespin hits it in the air to right center field, cutting back his count, and he's there. 1 out. So Valdespin taking a shot. 1 out and nobody on in the home 11th. And now David Wright. David's 2 for 5 on the day. Had an infield hit in that 9th inning rally. Josh Wall, the 6th Dodger pitcher of the day. The starter Nathan Eovaldi went only 4 1/3 today. And now Wright lays off the slider, ball 1. When you've got the shadows as an issue, Keith, what's the toughest pitch?
They're all tough because it's hard to pick up rotation. So you really just have to pretend like, Gary, your approach is you got 2 strikes, you got an 0-2 count on you, and you really got to bear down.
So it is almost like you're feeling for the ball as Wright goes around on the slider.
I don't know about that. That call there, you don't want to feel for the ball, but you're really just in an attack mode. Let's see. Not so. Yeah, yes, he did.
And 3 sliders in a row. 2 balls and a strike to Wright with Davis on deck. Murphy behind him. David's already had a walk-off hit this year. And he grounds one down to third, past Kennedy and into left field. Well, Kennedy was guarding the line, and it cost the Dodgers the base hit for Wright, his 3rd of the game. If he's playing a normal third base position, that's a 5-3.
But I just think you got to guard the line in this situation. And you're playing that deep, you don't have to be that close to the line. You can be 3-4 feet off the line if you're going to play that deep.
So now another chance for Ike Davis, who drove in the tying run in the 9th inning, came up with 1st and 3rd and 1 out, did a slow ground ball, and it brought in Tejada with the tying run. Davis was safe at first, but was called out on the play. Ike is 1 for 4 on the day, had a double back in the 7th. Wright has already stolen a base today, but he has a very short lead here. And we have no idea how well Wall might hold runners on. Of course, Wright doesn't know much either. And Davis punches one foul. Game is over in Philadelphia. Jimmy Rollins RBI single, bottom of the 12th. Phillies beat the Giants 4-3. That's good news for the Dodgers, who are trying to close ground on San Francisco. Started the day 2.5 out.
And the Mets are trying to keep pace with the Nationals, who won big today over the Braves.
Trying to gain ground on the Braves. The Mets trailed by 5 going into the day for the second wild card. 0-1 to Ike Davis. And Wall not showing off much of a move.
Well, I'll say one thing about the Dodgers pitching staff. They hold runners on.
David picked up his 10th stolen base of the year back in the 5th. East going. The throw by Ellis right on the money, and David's out at second base. Perfect throw by A.J. Ellis.
Boy, I'll say.
2 out and nobody on.
Perfect throw. Fastball up. No wasted motion. Good pitch to throw with. And David clearly out.
Well, Ellis's reputation has always been as a terrific defensive catcher. He's having a good offensive year this year, but he just made a strike throw to second base. So now 2 out and nobody on for Davis. 1-1 the count. And Ike breaks his bat, pops it up into right. And Ethier is there. And we'll move on to the 12th inning at Citi Field. After 11, Mets 3, Dodgers 3. In the day.
Were you living over in Staten
No,
Island?
just we'd go down and take the ferry for fun and take it back. It's just a nice day out on the water. They had the little vending machines underneath.
Really?
Yeah. We go to the 12th inning. Ramon Ramirez facing James Loney as Ramirez works his second inning in relief. The Mets had 15 hits today, but they have stranded a Passel and had a few others erased. And so they find themselves in the 12th, which will match their longest game of the year. The Mets played a 12-inning game in Washington back on June 5th. That was a game to forget for the Mets, which they let 3 late leads get away. Loney up for the 3rd time, and he takes a strike. Loney grounded into a fielder's choice in the 7th, hit into an inning-ending double play in the 9th. Tony Gwynn Jr. on deck, then Mark Ellis in the 12th inning. And Loney checks the swing and takes it wide, 2-1. Well, the Mets have an 8-man bullpen technically right now because they brought up Elvin Ramirez today and designated Miguel Batista for assignment. But you have to figure Josh Edgin isn't available today after going 2 innings yesterday. You also have to figure Jeremy Hefner is not available. He went 2 innings yesterday. And it's going to start on Wednesday as Loney lines a base into the left center field. Neuenhuis quickly over to get it. And he'll hold Loney to a leadoff single. So for the 2nd straight inning, the Dodgers have the leadoff man on against Ramon Ramirez.
But Loney does not run well at all. Goes down and gets that ball down and away. And they do a good job out there, Neuenhuis, to cut it off and prevent the extra base hit.
7 times now in 12 innings, the Dodgers have had the leadoff man on. Twice they've brought him around to score. Now Gwynn is up and the Mets will look for the bunt. Gwynn flying to center field in his only at bat after coming on for defense in the 8th inning. And he bunts it.
Oh.
Fielded by Davis. Close play. Safe at first base. That ball denned in the grass. Davis fielded it awkwardly and Gwynn beat it out.
That is not a good play by Ike right there. And
Terry Collins out to argue the call at first base. Mike DeMuro's gotten a lot of heat the last few innings. He blew a call on Davis in the 9th, probably blew a call that went in the Mets' favor in the 10th, and it looked like he might have blown this one as well.
Well, we'll take a look. But Ike makes this play closer than it ever should have been. And he barehands it, and he's awkward, and he's still out.
Sure looked that way.
You never want to barehand a bunt like that, and it was out.
Clearly out at first base.
But it shouldn't have been this close. He's out.
Murphy had his foot on the bag, ball on his glove, foot in the air. So that's 3 now that DeMuro has appeared to blow in the 9th, 10th, and 12th innings.
Well, you're going to have another bunt situation here with your big boppers coming up behind Ellis. Let's see how the Mets play it right in. Davis in tight at the corners. I say wheel. Got to put the wheel on.
Mets not playing the wheel apparently. Play it straight up. Mark Ellis pops up the bunt, and Ramirez catches it.
He almost dropped it.
He might have been better off dropping it. He might have had a double play.
Well, that's true.
I mean, they did not rule the infield fly rule, as they generally don't on a bunt. And if you let that drop, you could get forced plays at third and at second.
Yep.
So Ellis pops up the bunt.
Oh, my word. Who wants to win this ball? Oh, jeez. Who wants to win the game?
If the glove doesn't work, use the other hand. Of course, if you drop it on purpose, they'll call the batter out.
Correct.
But if you just back away and let it fall, or you bobble it like that and drop it not on purpose, they will not call the batter out, and then you could turn 2. But instead, Matt Kemp will come up with first and second and 1 out. And Dan Warthen will pay a visit to the mound to talk to Ramirez before he faces him.
Well, the big 2 in the lineup, and nothing you can do. You have to pitch to him. Kemp and Ethier.
Well, Kemp has never had much luck against Ramon Ramirez. He's 0 for 6 against him in his career. Ethier has done much better against him. 3 for 4 plus the walk that he drew in the 11th inning. So Loney is at second, Gwynn is at first, 1 out in the top of the 12th in a 3-3 game. And the big bopper Kemp is up there. He's 2 for 5 on the day.
Nope. Shadows are not a factor right now, Gary. They've moved off a little bit deeper into the field.
And Kemp takes the fastball high.
The only thing you got there is the one stanchion, and that really doesn't have an effect. The pitcher's in the shadows like that, Gary, just the mound, it doesn't matter. There's enough light on the path of the pitch. The shadows have no effect on this inning thus far.
Kemp slices one down to Davis, gets the forced play at second, no return. As Gwynn went in very hard and Tejada sidestepped him. So Gwynn is erased for the second out. And now the go-ahead run moves to third. 2 out and Ethier coming up.
Oh, Ike off the line here. Ball hit right at him. He almost missed that one because he didn't get in front of it.
Well, now you've got to walk Ethier intentionally. The pitcher's spot is due up next, and the only guy left on the bench is the backup catcher, Matt Trainer. So even though it's first and third rather than second and third, is there any other call to make here, especially the way that Ethier has hit Ramirez?
I don't want to deal with Ethier, period. End of story.
So I would assume the Mets are going to intentionally walk him, and that's exactly what they'll do. As Nickies puts up 4 fingers.
I can't believe that Ike played that ball that way. He just almost played it into an E3. I mean, we can see it again. I mean, he just laid it. It was hit right at him, and he sidestepped it to play it off to the side. He's a left-handed thrower, so you want to keep your body in front. It's easy throw to second base. He snow-coned that ball.
I wonder whether he had trouble seeing that ball because of the shadow, you think?
Nope, he saw it. But he almost played that into a bases-loaded situation.
So now the bases are loaded, and Matt Trainer comes up. Trainer started the first 2 games of the series, went 1 for 8. And he'll bat here with the bases loaded and 2 out against Ramirez, who has had trouble every step of the way in his 2 innings of work. Trainer getting some counsel from his manager, Don Mattingly, who knows all about hitting in big spots.
Well, I got to believe Donnie's saying he's going to pitch, likes to pitch away.
Well, Trainer's a guy who likes to hit the ball to right field. So Loney now at third, Kemp at second, and Ethier at first with 2 out. A leadoff hit by Loney, the key in this inning. Mets also the victims of yet another bad call by Mike DeMuro at first base, and he's made 3 of them in the last 4 innings. 2 in favor of the Dodgers and 1 in favor of the Mets. Mets got a break when Ellis popped up the bunt. They got the forced play when Kemp hit the ball down to Davis, and now the intentional walk loads up the bases. And Trainer, the last man left on Don Mattingly's bench, will come up to pinch hit. Ronald Belisario on the left, Josh Lindblom on the right up in the Dodger bullpen. As Trainer is batting for the pitcher Josh Wall, who worked a scoreless inning in his big league debut. So here we go. Bases loaded, 2 down for Trainer. And he takes one in the dirt. Stopped nicely by Nicky as ball 1. Loney not a fast man at third base. And keep in mind, and we've seen this come into play before at Citi Field, it is a very short distance from home plate to the backstop. And if you throw a wild enough pitch, it'll come right back to the catcher. So Loney's got to be on his guard. And Trainer is swinging at the fastball and missing, 1-1. Luis Cruz would be next. If he bats in this inning, the Dodgers would have the lead. 1-1 to Trainer. Fly ball foul, and now it's 1-2. Better than 31,000 paid today at Citi Field. About half have stuck around. Game better than 4 hours old. This will be the longest game by time the Mets have played this season. Now Ramirez ahead, 1-2. And Trainer pops another one foul.
Well, he's going after him with fastballs, Garrett.
Well, the Mets have asked a lot of their bullpen in this series. 6 innings Friday night, 6 innings Saturday. This is the 5th inning for the bullpen this afternoon. Ramirez trying to finish off his 2nd inning of relief. Bases loaded, 2 out. 1-2 coming to Trainer. And time asked for. Here's the 1-2. Right back through the middle, a base hit for Trainer, and the Dodgers take the lead. Loney is in. Here comes Kemp. He scores. It's a 2-run single for the pinch hitter, Matt Trainer, and the Dodgers lead it 5-3 in the 12th. Well, Ramirez able to tiptoe through trouble in the 11th and got most of the job done in the 12th, but couldn't seal the deal, and Trainer gets the big hit for L.A.
1-2 fastball. Heading the count, 1-2. Another fastball away, right on it.
And right back through the originator.
Well, Kemp just runs too well. Quick and strong throw to play, a little offline.
Now Luis Cruz swinging and missing at the first pitch fastball. Cruz is 0 for 5 today. So Ronald Belisario is up in the bullpen for the Dodgers, and he's going to get the save opportunity in the bottom of the 12th. Ground ball toward the hole. Right, can't knock it down. Base hit. Here comes Ethier to the plate. The throw coming in, not in time. And there are 3 runs home for the Dodgers in the 12th. It's now 6-3. Luis Cruz with his first hit of the day drives in the 3rd run of the inning.
Wow, just all falling apart here. The Dodgers again, 2-out rallies. And Ramirez getting lit up again.
Well, the Dodgers have had the leadoff man on all day, and it pays off in the 12th inning. Wright just could not knock it down, which is all you ask of an infielder with 2 out and a runner at second.
Well, right and hitting the right spot, and this game all of a sudden is blown open.
6-3 LA. And now Adam Kennedy up for the second time. Drew an intentional walk as a pinch hitter in the 11th and then stayed in at third base.
Well, trying to keep the ball in the infield. Runner in scoring position, just can't get there. Game of inches. And the Mets are in really a spot where they're looking to get swept here and also drop another game behind the Nationals to 8.5 back and go under 500.
Mets have not been under 500 all season. They began the year 4-0. They were at 500 at 8-8 and at 13-13, and now after losing 8 of their last 9 at 47-47. But if they lose today, they'll be under 500 for the first time all season.
And when you play day games and extra inning games and a game you got to win, these are tough losses. If they don't pull it out, they're tough ones.
Hit in the air to right. Getting turned around is Duda, and it goes over his head and all the way to the wall. Trainer is in to score. Cruz comes home. The Dodgers have a 5-run 12th inning as Duda got turned into a knot in right field. A 2-run double for Adam Kennedy makes it 8-3.
Well, Duda just likes to play shallow and got a bad break on this ball. And we've seen a lot of that. And these are the defensive deficiencies, and Terry Collins is going to come out.
Well, Ramirez was 1 strike away from getting through the inning, ahead in the count on Trainer, but he gives up 3 straight 2-out hits that produce 5 runs. And now Terry Collins forced to make a pitching change. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed. Internet twice as fast as anything America has ever seen. Elvin Ramirez coming on for New York. Tries to get the final out here in the 12th with the doors already off this game.
Well, he's a hard thrower, has had a good year at Buffalo closing there, and when he was up earlier, he was challenged throwing strikes, but a little nervous. He's got a great arm. He's got tremendous potential, good split finger.
So the 24-year-old will come in to face A.J. Ellis, who will be the 9th man up in the inning. The Dodgers at the bases loaded, 2 out, and the light-hitting catcher Matt Trainer up with a 1-2 count. Trainer singled up the middle to drive in 2, and then the roof caved in on Ramon Ramirez. Luis Cruz an RBI single, Adam Kennedy a 2-run double, and now it's 8-3 LA in the 12th. Ellis is 2 for 5 today, and he takes it wide from Elvin Ramirez, 1-0. Well, the Mets keep reaching down to Buffalo for pitchers, trying to find the right combination. It's kind of like the old Chipmunks routine, right? Josh, okay. Jeremy, okay. Elvin.
Go ahead.
Elvin.
I want
okay.
Very good.
That's what happens 4.5 hours into what looks like it'll be the Mets' 9th loss in their last 10 games. 2-0 now to Ellis.
The 9th batter in the inning for the Dodgers.
Elvin Ramirez working to a 1.99 ERA in the International League and Eastern League combined this year.
Another 2-out rally here, too, for the Dodgers.
5 runs in this inning, all with 2 out. And now he's behind 3-1. James Loney, who started this whole mess, is out on deck. So Ronald Belisario was getting ready to pitch the bottom of the 12th in what would have been a save opportunity and no longer will be a save chance. And so Belisario is sat down. And they've got Josh Lindblom up instead in the Dodger bullpen. Shadows again moving across home plate. Now the 3-2 to Ellis, and that's ball 4. So Elvin Ramirez picks up where Ramon Ramirez left off, walks the first man to face him.
And the Dodgers have batted around.
So here's Loney, who singled to left center to start this 12th inning and came in to score the lead run on the base hit by Trainer. And Terry Collins only left to ponder what might have been. Mets have left 13 runners on base this year, this game, one shy of their season high. There have been 29 hits in this game. The Mets have 15. The Dodgers now 14. And Loney fouls it back. Loney didn't start the game. Came in a double switch in the 6th, and he's gone 1 for 3. Well, this puts Josh Wall in line to be a winning pitcher in his first major league game.
How about that?
Wall pitched a scoreless bottom of the 11th.
Through the teeth of the Met order.
Well, he gave up a base hit to David Wright, but Wright was caught stealing. That was a game-turning play by A.J. Ellis. And remember how I said about half the crowd was left? It's less now.
Well, the 5 runs kind of put the nail in the coffin, I think.
Well, the Mets, we talked about it on Friday night before this series began, coming home to Citi Field, where they've enjoyed a lot of success this year, off a very difficult road trip to start the second half. But it has not worked out for them in this series. A series in which they fell behind early in each of the first 2 games, battled their way uphill and fell short. Today, a better pitched game from their starter. John Neese went 7 good innings, but not enough to get over the hump. And Loney loops one. Back goes Murphy. He grabs it to end the inning. But 10 Dodgers came to bat. They score 5. And the Mets come to bat on the bottom of the 12th, trailing 8-3. the ninth inning after falling behind 3-1, only to see the Dodgers put up a 5 spot against Ramon Ramirez in the top of the 12th. And so the Dodgers 3 outs away from sweeping the Mets in New York for the first time in 10 years. Matt Trainer, who had the go-ahead hit, stays in behind the plate. And Josh Lindblom will try and finish it off.
And the 7th Dodger pitcher in this game. And he pitched in the first game. Came in to try to protect Aaron Harang's lead and did not fare well. He had 2 walks and a base hit, gave up a run.
Daniel Murphy already has 3 hits today. He's had quite a series. And he takes a strike. Murphy 3 for 4 and an intentional walk in this game. 8 hits in 10 at-bats in the series, pushing his batting average up to .304. Drove in a run with a bloop single in the 7th. And Murphy takes low and away. A ball and a strike. Duda and Nieuwenhuis to follow as the Mets try and manufacture a huge rally in the bottom of the 12th. And Murphy pulls one for his 4th hit of the day. How about that? His second 4-hit game in this series, and he's trying to dig for second and makes it with his second double of the game. What a series for Daniel Murphy. 9 for 11 with 5 extra base hits.
Slider. Just too flat. He just really turned on it nicely right over the bag. So Daniel is red hot, and Murph, knowing down the line he can get 2 on this.
A 4-hit game on Friday night, a 4-hit game on Sunday afternoon. He didn't even start Saturday's game. So now he's at second. Mets have their 16th hit of the game, but they've scored only 3 runs, leaving 13 runners on base. Lucas Duda 1 for 5 today. And he fouls back the fastball, 1-1.
Lucas again, I just can't say it enough. He's just under everything. Nieuwenhuis in the on-deck circle. But Lucas is just got to try to get on top of the ball. He's been under everything.
The Mets have now had 10 4-hit games this season. Murphy has 4 of them. Tejada has 3 of them. Nobody else has more than 1. 2 balls and a strike to Duda with Kirk Nieuwenhuis on deck. One thing we've garnered from this Met team this year, even after 4.5 hours, they're not giving away at bats. Sometimes a situation like this, you see a lot of early swings. Duda fouls it back, 2-2. Coming up next on Pix 11, it's the Pix 11 News. Coming up next on SNY, WB Mason post-game live. Should be some interesting commentary.
Did we upset their Pix's scheduling here with this 4-hour?
Well, I was afraid we'd go right to the news at 10. It's the 2-2. And Duda hooks one down the right field line, foul. Souvenirs for everybody now.
Oh! What did one kid do? He knocked his hat off.
It's just not worth losing, breaking a bone over, is it?
No, I agree. I've seen enough baseballs in my day.
Again, the 2-2. And Duda lays off on a full count. Well, the Dodgers getting a ton of work out of their bullpen. They've already gone 6 2/3. Don Mattingly staying away from his closer, Kenley Jansen, today, and apparently he's going to get away with it. Duda lines one to left, but right at Tony Gwynn for the first out of the inning. Remember, Mattingly used Jamie Wright to set up in the 8th with a 1-run lead, and Wright did a nice job. Then he used Javi Guerra to try and close it in the 9th, but Guerra blew the save. However, Guerra was able to keep the Mets from winning in the 9th, and then after a leadoff double by Nieuwenhuis in the 10th, he kept the Mets from winning the game there too. And the Dodgers waited around long enough to pounce on Ramon Ramirez in the 12th. So here's Nieuwenhuis, who's 2 for 5 today, a single and a double. And he takes ball 1. The pitcher's spot due up next. Jason Bay is out on deck to pinch hit. Mets have Bay and Cedeno still left in the dugout. And there's a strike. 1-1 to Nieuwenhuis. Jason Kubel has another home run today for Arizona. He had 3 last night.
How
he
many
leads the league in RBIs.
How many RBI in this game?
71 now.
Jeez.
21 homers, 71 RBIs for Kubel. Breaking ball down. 2 balls and a strike to Nieuwenhuis. Let's bring in the Nationals tomorrow night for the first of a 3-game series, and then begin an 11-game Western trip in Arizona. Play 4 with the Diamondbacks, 4 with the Giants, and 3 with the Padres. Now it's 2-1 to Nieuwenhuis. And Kirk takes a strike, 2-2. Well, it's the second straight start for John Neese in which his effort winds up being long forgotten. The game in Washington where the Mets let it get away in the 9th and 10th innings. And now this 12-inning affair.
Boy, you're an everyday player and got a 5-run lead. Got to get on an airplane after this game. It's like, let's go, throw strikes, let's get it in the clubhouse and get on to the next city.
Let's get Superman out there.
Yes.
That would certainly be a step in the right direction. You can always use Superman's help.
Or is that a gal?
Either way. Swing and a miss, and Nieuwenhuis is out on strikes. And that's the second out of the inning. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive.
Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound.
Look, up in the sky.
Would you calm down?
Here's Jason Bay with the Mets down to their final out. Bay started the first 2 games of this series and went 2 for 6, drove in a run in yesterday's game. Josh Lindblom trying to put on the finishing touches of what has been the Mets' longest and most laborious game of the year. A ball and a strike to Bay. Mets went into the All-Star break with high hopes, but those hopes have been dashed in a hurry since the break. And Bay takes it wide, 2 balls and a strike. If Jason keeps it going, Mike Nikias would be next. And now Bay takes the breaking ball for a strike. 2-2, and the Mets are down to their final strike. Now the 2-2. And the breaking ball misses, and a full count to Bay. Three hits today for David Wright, 4 hits for Daniel Murphy. 16 hits in all for the Mets, but not nearly enough. 3-2 to Bay. And a pop foul, and they'll do it again. Again, the 3-2. And Bay goes down swinging, and the ball game is over. The Dodgers complete their first 3-game sweep in Flushing since 2002. And the Mets fall below 500 for the first time this season. They've now lost 9 of their last 10 as the Dodgers score 5 in the 12th and beat the Mets 8-3.
Well, a little bit of comeback here as they came back after losing 3 out of 4 at home to the Mets. Come in here and sweep the Mets, and a series where the Mets really fought back. They were losing in all 3 games and fought back. And this one in particular, they got it back to a tie. But Ramon Ramirez continues to struggle out of the bullpen for the Mets, and he gave up the 5 runs in the 12th inning where the Dodgers batted around, and there's the final score. The Mets get under 500 for the first time of the season.
Game summary brought to you by Volkswagen. Visit VWDealer.com. 8-3 the final. Dodgers win it in 12. More from Citi Field in just a moment.